right, all right, all right. Good evening, good evening. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. Okay, it's Wednesday. Good evening, good evening. I see there are some people in the chat already. We have our panel here. I'm just gonna, before I get into introductions and things of that nature, guys, make sure you like the video, share this video, like it. It encourages others to join the video as well. So definitely hit that like button, share the live. Tonight we're talking about the Black woman experience. You guys know that we open up the panel for anyone to join, as long as you're respectful, as long as I can see that you're not a robot. You can definitely join the live. I have no problem with that. So we'll be dropping the link soon. But without any further ado, I have my panel here. How are you, Mr. R. Payne?
I am fine. I'm doing okay. How are you? What's up?
I'm doing
What's up, Rick? Yeah, well, both of y'all. How's everybody doing? I'm all right.
Doing good, doing good. Uncle Rick, how you doing this evening, sir?
Everything is everything. I'm good. I'm blessed. I pray y'all are having a great week. You almost through it. You got a couple of more days. I'm proud of y'all.
Yes, almost there. We're almost there. And Sean is here with us. However, he's in the sky right now. So he's going to be joining us a little bit, probably audio and a lot through the chat until he lands. But the dedication is real. The dedication is real. Sean, I don't know if you can say hi real quick, but the folks can see you up there. I don't know if he can come off mute. All right. They probably passing out snacks or something. All right. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. We are going to get into this, the Black woman experience, the effects of not protecting Black women. Last week, we went over a video of a comedian and how he referred to Black women, how he, how he just verbalized the Black woman's experience. And so Ryan Clark on, I believe it's The Pivot, he has the podcast with the other guys on there. He wanted to kind of set the record straight on the Black woman experience. So we're going to go over that video again. Last week we said we wanted to do a show on this, so we're going to do that. Before I do, oh my goodness, I'm so rude. My other co-host, Tarika Smith, thank you. Chat, my other co-host, Tarika Smith, thank you for being here. Even everyone, please hit the like button as you come in. Please do. If you're liking, definitely send a Cash App. I wouldn't mind the extra $2 for a coffee from Wawa in the morning. Okay, it definitely helps. Fishing, even though I did go grocery shopping, I got my coffee because I don't like to spend money on coffee in the morning. But in the mornings where I gotta get out the door.
$7 a cup is crazy.
It's crazy, right?
Lord
I had to stock up on my coffee today because I can't do it. And then they give you the same amount of coffee they give you in a small, but then with the ice in it. And I just make my own. I know how much I'm getting. I know how sweet it's gonna be. I like making my own coffee, but that $2 does help every now and again. Fishing the Fig, good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you for pulling up. Jeffrey Woodland, good evening, good sis Precious, the panel, the chat, and the mods. It's always a true pleasure to be here. Thank you, Jeffrey, for being here. I appreciate you for being here. We definitely look forward to you guys being here and supporting and being our co-hosts. We got our Payne in the chat. Hello, folks. And then others just showing some good old love. Darnell, thank you so much for being here. Good evening to all. Good evening to you as well. Brooklyn, Saratoga, Precious, my baby. I don't know who this is, but what up, though? I don't know who that is. But thank you so much for being here. Like I said, I am going to be dropping the chest. Now, don't come on here professing your love for me because we don't get down like that, okay? Okay, Brooklyn? Okay? All right, let me know in private because I don't even but yeah, we're going to open up the chat shortly. But we want to get into this conversation. I think it's going to be a good one. I really want to have a good, open, real conversation about this. We have these platforms, we go on these panels, but I know that everyone that's up here is definitely going to give their real perspectives and just stories behind it. I like this channel because no one's really afraid to be vulnerable, and I really appreciate that from you guys. I really do treasure that because you really don't see that on a lot of platforms. Everyone has their talking points and things of that nature, but I know y'all gonna bring it. Sean's back in the building. I'm sorry, Sean, you popped in there and I didn't even bring you up. So without further ado, now we're going to get started with this video here.
Marco, she's
Yeah.
cool, man.
She's cool.
She stole your ginge. How you
Yeah.
feel about that?
I'm here for it, bro.
I'm here for the multicultural.
Really?
Yeah,
Black
man.
girlfriend effect.
Yeah.
Came
You're
in,
into that.
Yeah,
And Meghan
she
Markle's
came
fine.
in.
What's the black
so-
girlfriend? They just come in and start fighting?
Nah, bro. You guys don't know
did
about
wow
black
some
girlfriend
shit up.
effect.
She-
She just.
Wait,
she
what is
rebelled.
the black girlfriend effect? This
Oh,
is
you man don't know
You
about
just
this.
glow up the other culture.
Yeah, so you'll see a guy who's had a black girlfriend. All of a sudden, he's got buzz cut, like
Yeah,
clean
he-
shape up.
Nah,
his shoes
I
out.
like that.
Yeah,
Nah, I
glows
like
up,
that,
bro.
actually.
Yeah, I like that.
Glows
I
the
like
fuck
that.
up.
They shave their hair because they start losing it. Because they're so stressed being around this black girl complaining about shit all the fucking time. That's why they gotta shave their
Nah,
hair.
bro. White guys with black girlfriends,
They grow a
step-
beard
they step
because
their dick
there's
up.
more cushion when they get slapped the fuck out of. That's hilarious. I think the black girlfriend effect. It might be a protective instinct, bro.
You think?
Protective.
Do you guys have you ever had black girlfriends?
Yeah.
I wonder how they answered that.
You're on mute. You're on mute.
Sean had to tell me from the skies. There probably weren't. There's probably some new people in the chat that weren't here last week because we did play this video last week. But we want to get new perspectives this week and to chime them in. So that was Andrew Schultz, who is a comedian, from my understanding, or he does comedic, stand up. And in this instance, he is speaking about the Black woman experience, and how he is talking about the Black woman experience is in regards to them being violent, them being loud, and the Black men who they have a podcast. They laughed at it and they laughed along, kind of laugh along to get along type of thing. I don't know if they didn't want to get into the conversation, or there probably was more conversation after this, because he did ask them about their experience. And like Arpine said, it's like, wonder what their answers were. But what do you guys feel about what Andrew Schultz was saying as far as Black women, how it may be defense mechanism, or how did he say it in the end? How did he say it in the end? I want to use the words that he used.
You think?
Protective.
Do you guys protective instinct, bro?
You think?
Protective.
Do you guys have you ever had black girlfriends?
Yeah.
So he called it a protective instinct. So what do you guys think about the whole video? I'll start with Uncle Rick first.
I got the eyes going.
Yeah, I don't think nothing about it. In all honesty, if I'm being totally transparent, I could care less.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, I don't understand what he's applying protective instinct to. I'm lost on that. Right? What is he saying? Is it protective instinct for the men or for the women? I don't know. Right? But as far as the stuff he was pointing out, I mean, in a lot of cases, he ain't lying.
Mm-hmm.
He's not lying. Right? If look, people expressing their thoughts and their opinions does not require protection. It's a person's opinion. That's how they look at the world, right? So even if it does have some truth to it or it's a lie, right? It's that person's opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So again, if I don't know where we're going with the protection for black women on this, but could it be taken as offensive? Yes, it could be taken as offensive, right? But it's that man's opinion. The same way a woman can say what they feel they want to say at any opportune time, so can a man. It doesn't mean you got to be with them or you got to be protected from it. If you're being protected from other people's words, you got worse things to worry about than what you worrying about. That's all I got on it.
Okay. Arpane?
I mean, I said what I said last time. First of all, the guy's a comedian. This whole notion that, what a person said, I wonder what people are really mad at. Are they mad at what he said, or because a couple of black men laughed, who are also comedians? Mm-hmm. And my point is this. I mean, if anybody who's been in these YouTube, Instagram, or TikTok spaces, black women say the most vile shit about black men all the time. And I'm not going to sit down here and say, Because we laughed at these guys laughed at a joke. We're supposed to mobilize and do so. I think it's crazy. I think it's absolutely absurd. Take a joke and just move on. What the hell are we talking about? I mean, because we could come up with 1,000 videos of a black woman smacking a black man in the face and yelling at him, and a black stranger man, like he's some kind of boy. So, I mean, this is not, these stereotypes are not being made up. It's not every black woman. And it's like a hit dog hollers, but most of y'all, if you're not like that, what are you worrying about? So I'm just saying that he's a comedian, and then now I'm gonna end it here. Most people say, well, we're gonna have to start to curtail what comedians say. If he was a black man saying that, and what would we say then? Or if he's talking about white women, what would we say then? Go ahead.
Yeah, and to build on your point of a comedian, right? In most societies, especially modern societies that we know, right, the comedians are the last vestige of truth within the land, right? Because you can laugh at it and move on. You can make a joke about it. If we're getting to the point where comedians can't tell jokes, y'all remember what they tried to do to Dave Chappelle a couple of years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the same thing. He's a comedian. So again, when comedians cannot make fun of what's really going on, the society is falling as a whole. That's just my opinion.
Okay. I don't know if Sean can reply right now. He was here last week and saw the video. So I don't know if he can chime in. But if he can't, I want to move on to the Ryan Clark.
I saw it, and people are too sensitive nowadays to both my colleagues' points, and I'm tired of people being sensitive. The truth is usually rooted in jokes, and if you can't handle the joke and the truth, you can't handle the joke in real life. I mean, the truth in real life. And if you don't like the truth, then you should try and change your reality.
Okay. All right. So we're going to get on to Ryan Clark's response. And this video is pretty long, so we're definitely going to chop it up and kind of dive deep into what he's saying.
The first thing is, when you think about the two podcasters from the UK, is we don't know if the black experience there is the same as the black experience for African Americans or black people that grew up in America. I'm sure to be on this media tour in the US and to sit with Andrew Schulz was a big thing for them. I don't care if it was a big thing. And in addressing Andrew Schulz, who I do think is funny, who sits with Charlemagne and has some of these discussions about the culture, I believe he got too comfortable. So I would like to explain some things to him. I want to explain to him the black experience, the black woman experience from my point of view. It was watching my mother start from a bank teller and work her way up for decades to run her own collateral department, only to be mistreated when the bank was sold to another bank, and be so sick on Sunday that I finally had to say, hey, Mom, you're old enough to retire. It was to see her go to that same job, 8 to 5, to be treated anyway that she had to be treated because she only had a high school diploma, and then find ways to not only feed me, but do homework with me and my brother, take us to practice because my dad worked 3 jobs. That was the first black woman experience that I had. Right. The second black woman experience I had is marrying a black woman and watching her sleep on my cot as doctors try to figure out why I'm 140 pounds and I'm a 30-year-old man who was 205 pounds a month before that. Her telling me months after that she would just go in the bathroom and cry every night in the hospital because she didn't want me to worry about her because I was so sick. Right? For her to hold my family together so I could be in the household with my children when I was doing things and I wasn't shit. That's the black woman experience. The black woman experience is black women caring so much about the nuclear black family, black women taking care of young black men to teach them how to be leaders, to teach them how to be strong, to teach them how to care about their God, about their family, and it's about their communities. And to raise their young black women to be independent enough to take care of themselves, but to understand how to support a family, how to support a man, while also understanding how to get it on your own. That's the black woman experience that I know. The reason that black women are tough is because when you're mistreated in the way that black women are, if you're not tough, you just die off, you don't survive.
All right. So before we go any further, he talked about his black woman experience. And so when we talk about the joke, we talk about, it's not that serious. For him, he's taking it that serious because he feels as though, why should Andrew Schultz get to talk about black women when does he really know the black woman experience? What do you guys have to say about what Ryan Clark was saying? Do you think that there's a gap in between the black woman he experienced and the black woman of today?
Of course there
I
is.
was gonna, yeah, go
Go ahead, Sean.
All I was going to say is that's not the black woman experience. That's the black women that he's familiar with experience. And that is an experience that some black women go through. But there is also the experience that Andrew Schultz described that is a black woman experience. And we gloss over that very easily at times. And I think that's what we're discussing and addressing, especially when it's a joke. That's what he said. The reason why it's funny is because we all know that black woman's experience, whether we experienced it or not.
Okay.
Listen, what Ryan, you see, my thing with Ryan Clark, right, is I don't know whether he's pandering or he has real concern. What he talked about his mother has absolutely nothing to do with what Schultz said. Absolutely nothing. I mean, my mother didn't go through on her, but she never slapped a man in her face either. That has nothing to do with what he says. I mean, if he would have just said, "I don't like a white man saying that about my sisters," I would have gave him more credit than all the bullshit that he just said about. That's all he had to say. I don't like a white man talking about our sisters. Let's just get to the brass tacks. All the rest of it is just bullshit. And that's fair. If he would have just said, "Listen, I don't like no white man in front of the brothers talking about my sister," they should have checked him. And that's it. Everything else is just word salad. I mean, okay, then kudos to your mother. We all have black women who've done extraordinary things. I hear most people, since I'm a baby boomer, I hear most black women tell me that all the women in my age were just slaves. Every one of my aunts retired with a pension. They weren't married to my uncles because they had to be. They all retired with a pension. They had options. And so I'm just sitting down here saying, listen, we can't keep putting ourselves in this. It's just too much. Every black woman is not tainted or stained by what this asshole said. It was a comedy. I mean, if you never slapped a black man or yelled at him, okay, it's not, I don't think the joke was funny. Okay, let's move on. That's what I'm saying. But like I said, we have so much evidence of the little thread of truth. Now, all we're saying is that even if it's true, the only person who can't say anything about it is a white man. That's what we're saying. And I'd rather that truth. Even if it's true, you're white, you can't say it. Just like using the N-word. We call each other N-word up and down in front of our children, all of this shit. But if a white man says it, all of a sudden we pass the Holy Grail. I mean, this cognitive dissonance has to stop at some point. So I'll just land it there. Listen, I'm obligated to my wife and my daughters and all the loved ones around me. I know you're a little bit precious. If I was around you, I wouldn't let anything come harm to you. Right? But I'm just sitting down here, but I'm not obligated to protect every black woman out there. I'm not. Anyway, don't get me started. I mean, it doesn't mean I love black women any less, but you get what you deserve. So that's all I gotta say. I mean, we got a long night, so I don't want to shoot all my points.
I promise you. All right, go ahead, Uncle Rick.
These Like these guys ought to be like Marvel superheroes, like Mr. Fantastic. You know what I'm saying? Like the way they try to stretch something to have it overlay on something that doesn't apply whatsoever. What did him say? What did Andrew Schultz say have to do with any woman working in a bank and getting passed over? What?
Well, I think that he referenced his mom. He talked about his Black experiences, like
Right,
Sean,
right. But again, could you tell me how that relates to the issue he was addressing? Can you tell me that?
So I believe that he brung that up to reverence Black women in a different way.
Right. Understood. But again, can you tell me how does that associate with what he was addressing?
Well, I think it's a remembrance thing, right? When you can disrespect a woman out of your mouth, a Black woman.
Right. Got you.
We'll go back to, well, my mom is Black and I have Black sisters and things of that nature.
Got you. Question, right? Is the truth disrespectful?
No, the truth is not disrespectful.
Right? So what Andrew Schultz said, can we say that applies in some circumstances?
Yeah, we can.
So I ask the question again. What does that have to do with what that man said? Absolutely nothing. He's in his fucking feelings.
I think that's the introduction to what he was going to say, but because he at the end he does, like Arpain says, you know, I don't necessarily like him talking in that manner, but the biggest part is others sitting by and not saying anything. I think that was his biggest thing, because he says in the video, you know,
I'm gonna ask you a question, because I sincerely want to know, right? So again, his feelings associated with what he saw growing up, is the truth disrespectful?
No, the truth is not disrespectful, but it doesn't necessarily have to be disrespectful for him to speak on it. And for you in the media,
that's not my question. That's not my question.
No,
I
answered that one for you. No,
right,
the truth.
Right. So you see, and let me just put it out there because it needs to be said. You see how you can continue to make emphasis to, again, something that's not relatable. That's what he's doing. I didn't ask you that question, right? I asked you a specific question, but you can go into your feelings about how you feel. That's all this is how he feels about these people saying something. That's all it is. It holds no weight. It holds no camber. It holds absolutely nothing. This is the way his feelings are irrelevant.
Right.
What I'm saying, sis, and this is no disrespect to nobody. What he is talking about has absolutely nothing to do with the situation that he's addressing. That's called foolery. That's called pandering at the highest level.
I stopped it there. He has more to say. I stopped it there. That was, an introduction to what he was saying. He had to give
his introduction is bullshit then.
He had to give an introduction to his Black women experiences, and he related that to Andrew Schultz, pretty much saying what kind of Black woman.
It doesn't relate, sis. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't even relate.
But can I say one thing, Rick? Let me tell you this. And here's my real issue with all the Black women who want to have this selected outrage over what he said. How can one white man who's a comedian say something that negates all of Black women's reality? I mean, it's crazy. It's this one obscure asshole. I never even heard of this guy before. How could his words carry that much weight? Because a couple of Black men laughed on a comedy show? I mean, listen, there's all kinds of reality for Black women. There's a real precious reality, and then there's a goddamn hyena reality that's just like what he said. And what I'm saying is, we gotta stop conflating things. I
Mhm.
wouldn't want to go out there and protect some of those hyenas just finished talking about black men like they're dogs. I'm not gonna risk my life for them. I'm telling you that right now. I don't care, but
Then those are not the women. So
now you know what women he's talking. He's talking about the women. That's exactly who he's talking about.
well, no, what I'm saying is when you speak about black women, or which black women do you speak about?
Well, it depends on the topic at hand. If we're talking, you got your second part of this, the effects of protecting black women. That's the
Mhm.
second part of this.
Mhm.
And I would say, yeah, if my wife and my daughters are all black women, I'm gonna protect them with my life. That's my obligation. My
Mhm.
sister, my aunts, the women in my circle. Yeah, I'm not gonna have to think about that.
Okay,
But
so those,
you know, so we gotta separate some things.
right. Those are the women in your circle. But outside of the women in your circle, how do you reference black women? How do you talk about them?
It depends on their behavior. It depends. If I don't know you, it depends on who you are to me, right? Listen, we have so many examples of men giving up their lives for women that were strangers, jumping in a domestic violence situation. They forget about their own family, and then they doing all that. And we have more than just a few examples of that. I think those guys are wrong. Call 911. Do what you can, because people are strapped these days. You know, so I'm just saying, every woman doesn't deserve protection from a black man just because they're black. They don't. They don't. And it's not because we made it that way. It's because women made it that way. In general. I mean, I don't know what, and listen, press is just not you. And maybe I'm on the internet because I'm old, right? I'm not supposed to know this shit. Yeah, I was nice, blind, dumb, and getting old without getting on the internet until I started reading TikTok. You don't understand the vitriol so many women have of black men. You hold us in absolute contempt everywhere. And I'm supposed to think my default value is supposed to be to protect all black women when they hate us. You know, come on.
Saying our pain, but okay, so you're hearing these women on the internet spew.
They got millions of followers.
It's
Okay,
black
okay.
men,
Let me just interrupt you one more time. I'm shut up here. It depends on whether you're a sizzle black woman or a real precious black woman.
Okay. So you hear these women and they're disrespectful and things of that nature, and they don't have anything good to say about black men, right? Do you take that personal?
No, I take it for what it is. I take it for what it is. It means there's a whole lot less people I got to worry about. You know, I take it for what it is.
Ever worried about them?
Listen. When I say worry, I'm saying that when we were one big happy black American family, we wouldn't have to have this conversation. But black women have separated themselves effectively enough from black men that my concern for them ain't as high as it used to be. Right?
Okay.
And we could argue that we didn't do that. Black women did that. You know, we said, whoa, shit. We turned around and said, all of a sudden, we don't have no women. Right? Because they group us all in the same category. You know, and not all women, but enough that makes a difference. And then all of a sudden, when somebody slights you, is where's the black men at? Oh, you don't remember the last TikTok, what you just said about the black guy? You know, all of a sudden now, just like the big so-called brick lady. I mean, it's just a bad example, but it's indicative of what's going on out there. You know, so I don't have to deal with that, but I know the women that I would protect. You know, and that's it. But but this is not a slant on all black women, because there was a time when I wouldn't even be having this conversation. Because back in my day, we protected all the sisters around us on the block.
I'm just saying, sis, you got a lot of subscribers, but the ladies ain't coming over here to get lessons from you. They over at old girls site though.
You got a point there. You got a point there. So Arpan, you said back in the day, y'all used to protect the women all the women on your block, right?
Yeah.
So what exactly has changed? What exactly? Because you're right, that was the case. The men protected the women and the children. I mean, the women protected the children. The neighbors protected the children. That was a thing. I remember when that was a thing. So, what exactly do you feel as though changed?
Well, I mean, I don't want to. I mean, there's a laundry list of things. Feminism and the way black women took to weaponize feminism is one of it, right? I mean, men have. I mean, the worst thing that happened to us as men, and I say us, I really want to blame this on the white men, but we're underneath them, right? It's that we got weaker. We've abdicated our position in the world to women, and you know what? Because women wanted to push forward, which is a good thing because we want to use all the brain power and all of this stuff. But it didn't just stop there. It's not just being equal, it's being dominated. That's why people hate Cam Newton or a guy like Nick Cannon, because they can't be controlled. That's why a woman who has money won't marry a man who's above her. They say they want one, but they would never want to be under his protection or under his rule. That's why they'll marry a guy lesser than them, because that guy can't say shit, so they can control him.
We didn't do shit.
And we didn't do nothing. We just existed. Now we're just starting to talk. We're just starting to talk out now.
I'm so sick of that shit, bro. We didn't do shit. Black men didn't do shit. We have improved over the last 4 decades exponentially as a nation. I don't care what nobody says. When you look back from when we grew up in the early 80s to now, how black men move and operate, you can see the improvements. What really happened is that our women broke the contract. I don't know why y'all act like this is not a real thing. There was a social contract amongst men and women that the women broke. Men were to go out and earn a living wage and take care of your family and support your children, and the women were supposed to take care of their husbands. Y'all, whatever y'all want to call it, subjugation, submission, whatever the fuck y'all want to call it, that's what it was. Y'all had a part to play in this game of life. But now y'all expect men to do the work they've been doing for generations and generations upon generations. And now y'all want to be able to get those same things and still get taken care of. It don't work like that. And listen, Precious, this is what's crazy. I need y'all to listen to this, right? This is what the women tell us.
Did you hear what I said?
You got ladies that's 70, 80, 90 years old telling I wish I never got married. Looking at you young girls, I would have lived my best life. The only reason I get married, I ain't really love them. I needed to get married to have somebody take care of these children so I could have a place to stay. The contract has been broken. And we didn't do it this time. I'm sick of everybody trying to put it off on us. We didn't do it this time. In the 70s, when men was walking away, I don't give a damn about the incentives the government was getting. Our men were supposed to fight. We were supposed to fight. That's my father. Things of that nature. Them you 70s babies, y'all know what I'm talking about. But all our lives, I'm so sick of this lie. All our lives, if you're 40 and up, all our lives, black boys been telling you got to be better than your father. You got to be better than your granddaddy. If hey, I'm just telling you, especially if you was in an urban area, Chicago, New York, Baltimore, LA, Dallas, you'd be lucky if you make it to be 18 if you don't end up in jail, son. Take care of your families. Build a base. But now that's not good enough for our women anymore. That's the problem. That's the real problem. Don't nobody want to talk about. Y'all think, not you, but in mass, like I said, they over at Sprinkle on a daily basis. They not over here listening to a woman that's about her shit. And now it's not good enough. I keep trying to tell you, this shit is so over with. It's so done. The same way women need a space to be women, men need the space to be a man. Y'all don't understand the effects, the things that a man, listen to what I'm saying. If the world was the way the world is for every other animal, women would be getting beat down every day in the street. That's the truth. The disrespect, the stories we hear of how some of these women are doing these men. It's a reason why when we see a young lady like Precious, we say she's special. She's special. Why is that? If it's so many good women out there, Precious, why do you fall into a slot that nobody damn near else falls into?
I don't know.
I know.
Sometimes, and I think I'm hearing it more and more. I kind of live in my own bubble, and I, take care of business, do what I got to do. So I'm not out here hanging out. I don't, I'm not in these girl groups and going to brunches, and I don't move like that. But it's crazy when men say to me, you're just different, and I'm like, well, what are y'all experiencing? Because is it that bad? Is it? It just blows my mind. It blows my mind because
answer your own question.
What are men truly?
Answer your own question. Is it that bad?
Oh, the only thing that I have to go off of, like I said, I don't live the life of being out in the streets.
Why though?
Because ain't nothing out there. Like I don't know. It's just it doesn't. I like my peace. I like my I like I'm used to structure and things of that nature. So I don't have to be out at 10 o'clock at night. I don't have to. I plan for
right. So again, like I said, I just listen. That's all I do is listen. So you believe in structure, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say and assume that the majority, because nobody's a monolith, we did this before, right? That the most of these women that's 30, 40, 50, that's still out partying really don't enjoy structure?
They don't know what it is. They don't know what
exactly.
They don't know the pain of structure to actually know.
They know what it is. They know what it is. They just don't want it.
Exactly. Right. So again, how is it the man's fault that the woman doesn't want to mind? I need people to really answer these questions in their head. Why is the man's fault that the woman does not want to mind? Because I can make you get in line. That's being honest as an adult and understanding the way the world really works. A man can make you get in line. Right? Y'all the women have been taught and conditioned and educated to use the very tools that were built to keep them safe as weapons. Y'all don't need any more protection. I'm trying to remember if Arpain was on this live with me, right? But we was on one live, and I think it was Arpain. I don't want to lie, so forgive me if I'm wrong, right? We was talking about how a man provide protection. You know what the lady said? I'll just call the police. But then when the police come and kill a lady, the same lady is spazzing out saying, Y'all don't protect us.
So, the men aren't having. Hi, Coach Ferg. I'm sorry. I'm being rude. I apologize. How are you this evening, sir? So, if the men are having these bad experiences with the women, what experience are the women having with the men? Like it has to be a two-way street, don't you think? Or
You tell me.
You answer that one. That's for sure.
see, I am not. See, I'm not a woman that gets on the internet and bashes men. None of us are perfect. None of us are perfect, right?
I'm not asking you to bash. I'm asking you to tell the truth.
I don't know what that was, but I believe that we need to work on ourselves so we can work together. I believe that women and men have these experiences and they go on the internet, and now, not to say that it's blown out of proportion, because honestly, by what you guys are saying and by what I hear, there are a large number of just unfavorable experiences. But I'm not understanding where the disconnect is if the man can't, aren't finding these women favorable, and the women aren't necessarily having favorable outcomes either. It's like, where is the disconnect?
Well, I can tell you. Let me just tell you. I can tell you. One, women ask for us to protect them, but they don't want to be under our authority. You can't protect anything that's not under your authority. That's number one. I mean, you just can't do it. Right? And then women want men to be traditional, but the last thing women want to be is traditional themselves. So they want something for nothing. A lot of women, not even bad women, just women are kind of geared to say, I should be able to have everything I want, and I want you to be in this kind of fashion. So it just doesn't jive with reality. It doesn't. And a lot of people, there's statutes and laws that help you out. When no-fault divorce came, not just for Black women, it ruined marriage altogether. Because what was true in the 1920s or 1900s is not true today. Because, so when a guy puts all his effort into a family and a woman, and she could just decide that she's not happy no more and take everything in his life, at 40, he might recover, but not at 60. Mm. And that's the weapon. Listen, if no-fault divorce was gone, men would want to marry women. I think it would spike, because now you have to have a reason to leave. And then part of that law says, if you just want to leave because you don't like this guy no more, you get nothing, or whatever you agree to. Yeah, it would spike on the man's part. It's just not a good deal. So you guys have rigged the deck. Because men are the ones who fall in love and all this shit, right? You guys just want partners. Men want wives.
Women want to be in love.
They don't. When's the last time you saw a woman say, I want a husband? When's the last time you heard them say, I mean, if you go through they don't even talk about husbands no more. They talk about partners. Like, we should have an agreement. You do this and I do that. Men are the only ones who talk about wives.
Do they? I don't hear anybody. I don't hear.
When the guys who want to get married, the point I'm trying to make is, women don't talk in terms of the relationship being husband and wife. They talk about relationship in terms of partners. And there's a distinct difference. One's based on a covenant and one is based on an agreement between a man and a woman. Mm-hmm. And God has nothing to do with that partnership. And the vows have nothing to do with that partnership. This is what women want.
I'm still stuck on how you skirted the question, though, Precious. Like, I asked you your experience with guys. You said you don't listen. Wait, because the wheels are already turning, right? You said you don't talk down on, and that's fair. I think that's commendable. But what is your experience with most men?
My experience is that men don't want to commit and get married. They don't they don't want to commit and get married. I don't have anything bad to say about men, like, you know, they're the worst
Gotcha.
like, you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
You can't make a man commit. So
Right, facts.
that's
Are they
my only
in your opinion, in the time you knew them, were they bad guys?
no one that I've
Narcissists,
had
possessive,
guy.
insecure.
No, like I said, no one's perfect, you know.
I understand that. I'm just asking questions.
No, none of that. It's just some people have their things with them, right? But the biggest thing that I am seeing personally is that men don't want to commit to marriage. And it could be because of because of all these stories I'm hearing, right? You know, of the bad experiences that they have had with women.
Gotcha. Question.
Well,
So-
go ahead.
Go ahead, Sean. You good?
No, I was just gonna say, you say that, but literally you're sitting here with groups who have committed to marriage.
Mm-hmm.
One is saying, yes, I want to commit to marriage.
Right, you do.
So what are you saying, Sean? Are you like?
Are you asking her?
Right.
No. What I'm saying is, you said you don't. That's your experience, but literally, is that a skewed experience? Because you're sitting here literally in front of 3 men who are committed, and a man who's telling you he wants to be committed.
Yeah, but they commit. Arpane's been married for 37 years, right? Rick, are you? I'm not sure how long you've been married, and I'm not sure how long Coach Ferg been married. We're talking about today and the gap of, you know, men wanting a family and women wanting a family and holding it down and everyone protecting each other to now.
You know, I go ahead, Trey Ferg. Man, I want to say something, Coach. You haven't said it.
No, man, listen, I've been listening and I agree with both of you gentlemen. But I'm going to take it to my experience and what I've seen since the 90s, you know, early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. Crack era changed the whole damn game. When crack and heroin hit those streets, it changed the game. It changed the game completely, because even the women that were single, they still would marry a man if he was willing to come and pretty much, as we call, save them with their children. They still understood some capacity of, I have children. If a man is trying to be with me, a lot from what I've seen in the area that I was living, women were still getting married to those men, and they were allowing those men to raise those children. But when crack came, it took the mothers out the house, and a lot of these adults now have pretty much been raising themselves independently since that time. A lot of these men, they heard it around the house that they ain't shit, daddy ain't shit, ain't nobody shit. So this is what they experience. So now the women, here they are adults now. They've been independent. They've been throwing that thing around. Ain't nobody been telling them what to do. They've been surviving. They've been trying to, you know, gather up whatever little tools and fuels they got to survive. And now that they all outside of the realm of being marriageable, now they have these standards. But the problem is the guy that qualified them early in life, because by default, most black men want a black woman in their life. Now these guys have built themselves up, same plan as Rick said. It ain't changed. Brothers have always had to find a way regardless. And now that they are here now in this modern time where they built themselves up, they looking at the one that they wanted in high school. Now she's 3 kids in, 70 pounds overweight. They don't want that. So I can see them saying in that sense, but you know, what are the women going to do? Because they're the ones that's going to lose out. They're going to lose out, but they don't see it because they self-inflict pain more than anybody I've ever seen. So
I want to push back on Coach Ferg on one point, right? Niggas like big chicks, bro.
Is that what it is? They like it like that?
Yeah. look, man, don't let the smooth taste fool you. I understand the Kevin Samuel shit, right? Blah blah blah, whatever. That's optimal, right? That's if you get the best. You know what I'm saying, right? But black men, we deal with our women's in all shades, trees, and colors and shapes, bro.
That's
The
true.
thing is that now a fat girl too goddamn sassy,
That's true.
right?
Yeah.
They on that Lizzo shit. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody can tell you what the fuck to do. That's the whole thing. Even the bum chicks feel like they bosses. You ain't did shit.
Yeah. You do.
You don't know shit. All you can do is run your mouth and lie. I'm telling you, bro, listen to what I'm saying. I know what dudes be saying and shit, but all dudes be hitting them big girls, bro.
Oh yeah.
I don't care what these niggas be saying. They lying. Y'all be hey, every big girl you know got a kid. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you talking about, bro.
Big girls, big girls get love, man.
Yeah,
but maybe right from the right kind
you know
of
what
guys.
I'm saying? The problem is, and shout out to World Class. He said it in the chat. He said the value system has been replaced with consumerism. Right? That's exactly what it is, bro. Like, you gotta value the person you with. And you got to have some type of a grounded value system. But the only thing that's value right now, it got 3 letters in it. It ain't the FBI. It ain't the CIA. It's ATM.
I got one for you too, though, Precious. And this is why, especially Coach Ferg touched on it. You know, men on their grind who work and want to start a family. In the black community with women, it's slim pickings. You know, because Medium Man he's a stat man. That's his forte. He's got receipts and everything else. And he did a stat from between 2015 and 2019. He had a stat that showed that 77% of black women had a baby by the time they were 24. 77%. You know, so most men want to start their own legacy. Now, all those women, some of those women might have been married early. So let me be generous and take 10% away from that. 67% will still be a high number. So what I'm just trying to say is that now at the same age, 50% of the men had a kid, right? Right, 50% by 24, that was in that age range. So that's still 25% less, right? So I'm just saying that if you hit 30 years old and you're a guy, and you're looking for a black woman, chances are you got to do some real hay, building a lot of hay to find one with no kid that's marriageable. And the ones who don't have kids don't want to be married because they're still playing the field. You know, and because they were taught, blow your 20s and do all the shit you want to do, and then find a guy at the end. That's a reality. But a lot of women were told that. Men have been told, well, don't worry about women, get on your grind. I don't like that idea because men, when you're young, you want to get laid. You know, you need to tell those guys, if you're going to do it, you got to do it responsibly. Like Rick said, protect yourself at all times. But the point really is that, I'm just saying we got this mismatch, but it's not because of the men. Yeah, I just think that when men marry, when they actually do marry, men do marry because they're in love. And a lot of women are in business. And a lot of guys don't realize that. Right? And so I just say, and today, like I said, I can't tell people how to date today, but I can tell people how to be married. I can tell people how to be married. I just can't tell you how to date no more. So I stay out of that business.
Okay. We're going to keep going on with this video.
That's the black woman experience. And the other piece of it is something that I've learned, and I learned it from black women, is people feel so comfortable disrespecting them because we don't respect them publicly.
Oh, shit.
Right? White people for so long have used the excuse, why can't I say the N-word when you say that to yourselves or call yourself that or use that in your music, which is bullshit. Right? Or white people have said, if you're using the B word, or they say, if you're using the B word, why can't I call them that? That's bullshit as well, right? That's excuses to be certain things and be disrespectful when you shouldn't be. So when you're sitting across from Andrew Schultz and he's talking about,
I'm gonna stop right there. So he's saying that, you know, you are disrespectful because black men are disrespectful publicly. Pretty much saying, if you could do it, why can't I?
Is the truth disrespectful?
No.
It is to a sensitive person who gets offended with the truth. And that's the problem that we're having right now.
Precious.
His conversation is moot.
Yes.
I'm just being honest with you, sis. His conversation is moot. It has absolutely nothing to do with what happened with Mr. Schultz. Nothing. Nothing. He is pandering at the highest level. This is bitch assness 101. If you're going to address the man, address the man. Yo, dog, I don't appreciate you talking about our sisters like that, my guy. It ain't even what you said. It's that you said it. Because that's what it really is.
That's right. That's it.
If it's the truth, and you're contesting it because a white man said it, it's not that it's not true. It's because someone else said it.
Mm.
The truth is only offensive to the people who love lies.
And let's okay, just in his position, he's on a platform already that sort of advocates for that women's, lib and all of this stuff with ESPN. So I can see where he's doing what he's doing. But in all reality, from what I've seen, women sort of put themselves out to the world disrespectfully. I don't know the last time anybody here ever saw y'all mother's breasts and ass when you was out going to the grocery store and to the park and the picnics. You never saw that because mom respected herself. She employed her daughters to be respectful. But here we are again now, where when you present yourself, you want to be your best version of your representation when you come out to the world. So why do you show the world it's almost like the lowest side of you? Why do they do that first and then say respect me after the fact? It's like they lead themselves blindly. They lead the children blindly. And then women will preach to the other women to go totally against what can put them in the best position to land the best man. They will tell them out loud. They will sing a song about it. They will do everything to disrespect the man that their daughters could potentially marry and change the dynamic of the life that a lot of these women have lived. Again, I've seen it. I've actually walked it down with women. If I go back to the early 90s, a lot of people are 10. Now everybody, it seems like 21 to 41, they're moving the same way. There's no separation from a woman 21. I would, like Rick said, he went up to 61, 71. Everybody's moving in the same capacity. Nobody, and it's unfortunate, like Precious, like women like you, even you, I can see when you speak about it, you are caught in the middle because your women are not showing up, and you can't, it's like you understand the pushback you'll get if you just say, you know what, I understand. I see these women ain't about shit. And that puts you in a particular situation, so I can understand that. But the mission has to continue.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate that people are wasting the prime of their life trying to be independent when we see what has gotten us as being independent, because everything is falling apart. And a lot of people just are going to accept the nature, and they telling their kids already, you ain't got a chance to be better than me. You're going to be worse. It ain't what they saying out loud, but all of their actions show. My children will be poor. My grandchildren will be poor. and we'll continue this cycle. And it's only a few that's going to get it, which is unfortunate. So,
But they gonna look good, Coach. They gonna
yeah,
look
they're gonna look good. They're gonna keep spending that $1 trillion on that hair weave and
They
nail.
gonna look great.
Yeah, that's it.
And to reiterate my point, right? To me, you notice, and this is me venting, right, for a quick second, right? You notice when black women say something to black men, it's for them to improve, to get better. But whenever black men say something to black woman, is disrespect. Y'all notice that?
Say it again. We notice it.
They tell us, hey, you know what? You guys should be making $100,000 a year, a lifestyle cost. Boop the woo woo, right? We just want you to be better. But when we critique our own women, supposedly, it's disrespectful. When we tell the truth, when we point out something you did or said out of your own mouth, it's disrespectful. Case in point, how many of y'all be watching, like my man Arpain said, y'all be on the TikTok, right? And Instagram, right? And you will see it. Look, and I don't care if it's a skit or not. Some shit be real, right? And you see, it's extreme case, but I got to use it because it fits this parameter, right? When a dude to do a DNA test on his kid without telling the mama, and they'll be like, that's disrespectful. It's supposed to be my kid too, right?
Right.
How am I disrespecting you by finding out the truth of supposedly my child? You went through my phone. Is it true?
Didn't a rapper just go through that? He found out that his daughter wasn't his. The woman had sex with her ex in between the 2-week time that they were split up, and now
it's probably true.
Finesse is his name. Finesse 2-time Finesse.
I don't know these guys, man.
But I just saw what he said. It was on TikTok that a young man took a DNA test with a guy he thought was his father, and the mother said the same thing. You were disrespectful. You shouldn't have never did this. And he was like, but that's not my dad.
How is this
my
truth
dad?
disrespectful?
So he argued him down about that. It's just weird. Just wow.
How is the truth?
You did a 1-2 on that one. How is the truth disrespectful?
How?
And I think Sean answered it when he said it. When you're not walking in your truth, you're easily offended by it. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. When you're not walking in your truth, that's why I always end these shows, be real with yourself so you can be real with others. Because you can't be real with someone if they are giving you the truth and you're offended by it, instead of taking, the constructive criticism and the truth to actually change your actions or change the trajectory of where you're going. But so my thing is, though, for what's his name, Ryan.
Ryan.
When he's talking about them not the people that they're not coming to, not saying anything about Black women, meaning not refuting what Andrew Schultz was saying, or not coming to see.
You said it right. Not refuting what he was saying.
It's just getting to a point now that Black woman is almost like a cuss word. Like, is there any good things that Black men have to say about good women?
Yeah, there is.
Okay,
about good women? About good women? Did you say good women?
Yeah.
About Black women.
No, I thought I heard you say, is there anything they have to say about good women?
Well, I'm glad that's what you heard, because it's one and the same. Black women.
See, it's a thing, though, Precious.
Yeah, the problem is that we equate good women equals Black women, or Black women equals good women, and that's just not a fact. But we've been conditioned to believe that, and that's what we're separating right now in this conversation, and what we've been separating in these tiki-taki world. Just because you're a
Right,
black woman does not make you a good woman.
right. But what good does black men have to say about black women?
Well, well, listen. I mean, listen. One of the things is that uh, the fact that the majority of black women are trying to take it to heart that this white man said what he said means that y'all don't have no ability to separate yourselves from the ones who don't deserve protection. I mean, listen, I listen to Crimson Cure a lot, right? You know, whether you agree with it or not, but she makes definitive separation between a lioness and a hyena. She talks about that all the time. The women in the boneyard. And the unfortunate thing is that a woman like you has taken what that guy said to heart when he's clearly not talking about a woman like you.
No,
Why you? No. Well, no. I mean, well, maybe you're not taking what he said to heart, but you're defending why we ain't say nothing to him because. And so it sounds like you're saying he was talking about all black women. He's not. He's talking about women who do that effery.
Right, but my question is: are there any good things that black men have to say about black women? What are the
We say it about you. We say it about you.
I do.
We say it about our mothers. We say it about their wives. We say yes, we do. Unfortunately,
here's what I say. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying, unfortunately, when we start speaking about the other side of it and the reality that exists, there's offense taken.
I'm gonna say this, right? This where the disconnect is with y'all, with women, the sisterhood, right? Good men don't talk about good women. They take care of them.
You hear what I said?
That's the difference.
There you go.
Right? That's the difference. I can't tell y'all everything my wife do to me. That's my bookie. You understand what I'm saying? This between us. Right? Good women get cuffed. It's just that simple. And keep it, like I said, we in this space or whatever, but most of these women that's married, getting taken care of, you ain't gonna hear from them. I just went and bought my wife a brand new car today for her birthday.
Yes, happy birthday.
Good women get taken care of. Now, do you want to hear the good news or you want to live it?
I think both is necessary, honestly.
If both is necessary, you doing too much.
No, but I do think that black women need to hear black men speaking well of black women.
Yeah.
Just like you would want black women to speak well of you.
But
you're right. Go ahead.
Yeah, but listen, wait a minute. It's not necessarily right. No man is going to get up here and start lauding out, how great black women are. We know that there's too many that don't deserve it. You can't separate it like that. If I come up here and I did a podcast, let me finish. Let me just finish this. If I did a Ryan Clark and said, "Oh, black women are this, oh, Rosie and this," I'd be like Derek Jackson. You're asking people to be like Derek Jackson.
No.
Yeah, you are.
I'm saying that you have to do this every single time you come on a platform and say that women are God like Dr. Umar.
How come it's not enough for us to treat you with respect? How about, listen, I tell, when I say anything, and who am me and who am I? I think women don't understand, but don't want the accountability that goes along with the power they have in the marketplace. I think women understand, but they don't want to take the accountability, because when you understand the power that y'all have in the sexual marketplace, you have to accept the accountability and the responsibility for what you do in that marketplace.
I agree.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. Women don't accept that. I mean, there's power in it, right? If there's a power, if a woman wants to be married, you know how she could get married? By refusing the average dude her womb. And making the guy that's worthy of it show you why he's worthy of it before you do it. But
But I
trust me,
think I push back on the average dude because most guys are average anyway. And the fact
okay,
that we
you're right. I'll push back
but
on
the problem is when I speak, like all of us are older guys, right? And I can't remember a time where the women that we understood around our community was just hollering, y'all ain't ish and y'all ain't shit and da da da. If that was happening, it was in the quietness of whatever little circle. But then those women still, when it came to those men in that area, they still conformed to those men that were hooking up with those men. Today, and like Precious, your age, I would say most of the guys now, they've grown up hearing that they ain't shit. They've heard it since they were fucking 8, 9 years old. Then they seeing the women around them telling them. It's the women that verbalize it the most, and they chant it to each other. And then once one pick up on it, it starts to snowball. So at some point, and the guys are different, they're going to lash out. Every man has a breaking point. You can only beat us down so much until we start fighting back. And this is where guys are. They fighting back. And the women are going to lose because contrary to popular belief, Black men are wanted by almost every other race of women to be with, to marry. Now, sisters, everybody likes the sister, and you see it. When they want to sow their raw oats in other countries of men, other races of men, they come to the sister because they the easiest. Flash a little money, get their little hair and nails done, their little low-level shit, and they going. And them guys are gone on, and these sisters are stuck right where they are. Nobody's going to take them serious because they don't present themselves serious. So,
and I wanted to address what you were saying about why we don't say it ad nauseum, right, or as a group, because the truth is most y'all liars, bro. And the reason why I don't do it, and what I've seen, especially in these spaces in life, is that women, if you give them a daylight, an inkling, they gonna shove themselves in there with the good woman. They gonna shove themselves in that mouse hole. That's what our women do. That's what they do. And then amongst yourselves, right? Y'all don't really check each other. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. Y'all say, I ain't gonna say you, but I've had conversations with women saying, huh?
I said, I check the people in my circle, and they know I do.
Again, how many of your friends in your circle do that?
Yeah.
Well, I have a circle of 3 because I'm. So we all hold
right,
each other.
right. You of a certain age, right? But has it always been like that?
Again, Rick, I didn't
with
hang
you.
with
No,
everybody.
not
I didn't hang with everybody.
Exactly. See, this is what I'm talking about. Women hate being honest about their experiences. Y'all really do.
I didn't. I played basketball. I didn't hang with. So it was just. I'm telling you, I'm not saying that I was sheltered. Well, growing up, I was. But because I was sheltered, I didn't want to attach myself to different cliques and different groups. If anybody knows me personally, they know that about me personally. Even the people that know me personally, I could go missing. They like, okay, you all right? You good? I ain't heard from you. That's just my personality.
I got you.
But you know, but the people that are in my circle hold me accountable, and I hold them accountable. Cousins, family. You know, I'll have people say, you know what? I never really had nobody put it to me the way that you put it to me. Or I'll have people agree with what I'm saying instead of actually giving me the advice that you gave me in love. So that's right. Just been my experience.
Again, that's why we call you and we name you by your name, Precious. It's Precious that you do that. A lot of reasons why we can't tell women the truth is because y'all lie to each other often.
That is something that definitely needs to change. Because if you tell a woman something that's contrary to what she believes and what she is steadfast on, she will look at you like you're the enemy. She'll look at you like you don't like her, or you jealous, or you. And that's another reason why I like, look, what do I need to be
Thank you. I appreciate you. I
know?
appreciate you, right?
Yeah.
So again, we can't judge. The only way I can judge on the one instance of Precious if I was courting you.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? That's unfair to our men to present them like, okay, you know what, man, it's harder than you making it to be, young bull. You know what I'm saying? Young lion, young guy. It's harder than what you making it to be. It's a million Preciouses out there. I be lying to them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the reason why dudes you get with are scared of commitment because they've been burnt before already. Right? So let's dive even deeper, right? And have this all tie in with the YouTube thing, right? I don't know you from a can of paint, but over the years I've experienced Precious. I say she is really stand up. In my opinion, she's a stand-up lady, right? Right? In my opinion. Right? But how many times have a man walked into somebody who acted just like you, who is just putting herself into a picture frame to fit that man for that moment? Right? Because then when I get to know you in 2 or 3 years, then the gloves come off then, right? See, the truth is, y'all know pretty much everything y'all need to know about a man when y'all first meet him. Y'all really do. Y'all really do. You know, if you're sexually attracted to him, you gonna ask him what you do for work. Where you stay at? You stay by yourself or you got a roommate?
Right. You got kids, baby mama drama, all that. He gonna tell you.
You ain't gonna even ask him his car because he gonna pick you up to take you out on a first date. Facts. Yeah, this is the game, and y'all try to play like the game don't get recognized by the other players on the court. Women did this, sis. I'm telling you, listen to me. I have no horse in this race. I can give a good goddamn. Me and my girl gonna die together unless she do something crazy or I do something crazy. Shit happens, right? But the plan for both of us is for us to make it to the end together, right? I have no horse in this race. If the men was fucking up, believe me, I tell you, I'd make a lot more money on YouTube.
Yeah.
I tell you in a heartbeat. I got bills to pay. Oh, thanks for the donation. It's going to the building of the channel. No, it's going to these bills. This is a woman problem. I wish I could, because then men once they see somebody that they admire and you give them proof of some shit, like I said, God always showed men what was popping. He ain't give them no lip service. I'm gonna show you an action live in effect and you will see I am who I am. You do that with most young men and they really about their business, they gonna fall in line. They just want to know you ain't lying and bullshitting them. That's it.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
This is y'all's problem. The black woman, or the modern woman, I should say. This is a you problem. This society will be fixed as soon as the woman gets ready to fix it. The men are simply adjusting to the game that's playing.
Yeah, but I don't think that men should adjust. I honestly don't.
But listen to what I'm saying though.
If men are, if black men are the leaders of black women, and know you can't control what you don't have authority over, that's understandable, right? But when men adjust to the stupidity of women, then men are just as responsible as the stupid women.
I got y'all. I agree to that wholeheartedly. Those are the dudes we call simps and panderers.
That's right. And there's more of them than us.
Right? The men that will truly take care of y'all, that will really love y'all the way men supposed to love a woman, they not gonna deal with y'all.
That's right.
That's what's going on to today's society. This is what's going on. The real ones y'all can't get. Y'all can get a fuck nigga, a dude that you can run over all day. You can go get one of, you probably got, I ain't gonna say you got one in your phone, but you know of somebody or somebody who know one.
it's just, it's thank you. Go ahead, Rick. Man, keep going.
These are the facts of the game. The dude you doing this video, he's a fucking panderer.
Yeah.
If I had a problem with Andrew Schultz or whatever, I wouldn't even went, hey man, shut the fuck up talking about our girls, bro. Go fuck with Becky or whatever they call them Jew girls, whatever the fuck, Esmeralda, whatever the fuck, go fuck with them. Right? There's no need to build up something that's already great. You hear what I'm saying? I ain't got to keep trying to tell y'all, I ain't got to try to convince y'all that Michael Jordan is as good or better than LeBron. Y'all got to convince me that LeBron is as good as Jordan. I do not have to build up anything great. The proof is in the pudding. The fruit has seeds. The truth speaks for itself. Why are you defending it if it's not true?
You know, so Precious. I hear you. See, listen. Since women know what men want, right? If the expectation is low, that's the kind of men you're gonna get. Because the men will come to meet the expectation and get laid. They're just gonna do it. You know, because that's something we normally do. If the expectations are high, men have to elevate. But in the sexual marketplace, as chaotic it is, and it's run by women, men just playing it, and it's a bell curve, right? I mean, the guys who are at the top end, they do what they want. Even if they're marriageable, they say, well, why should I get married when I can have as many women as I want? Because if I tie myself down, then the law comes after me. I lose all the stuff I have. The guys on the low end who have the aesthetics, they don't give a shit about anything. They're just getting laid, right? It's the guys in the middle, who some are maybe even invisible to a lot of women because every woman thinks they deserve a 10. So all I'm just trying to say is the expectations you guys put when promiscuity became the thing of female empowerment, it messed up the game. And the fact that there's no shortage of men who meet you there is just a play on a man's nature. That's why women understand what men want is predictable. And since it's predictable, it can be manipulated. It's as simple as that. And it has nothing to do whether it's a good man or bad man. And we all, if we're healthy men, heterosexual men, we want to have sex with women. Been that way since God made it that way.
Yeah. Precious, I mentor a lot. I mentored a lot of young men and young women, still do to this day, right? And a lot of the bylaws of mentoring men and boys is being respectful to the opposite sex, working hard, being accountable, being disciplined, all of these things, right? Women, love thyself, cherish thyself, self-love, self-care. That's pretty much, that has nothing to do with loving or caring for others. It don't even say love your children. And that's the message that they're getting outside of mentoring. This is all women here. Love self. Be about self. And we know you play that in somebody's mind 4 or 5 years. Now that they at that age where men are actually looking to them, saying that could be a potential wife, based off of the way they look, as soon as they start talking, soon as they start hearing that information, they already understand that this is not the one. Now, he may play the game for a little bit because she gonna let you know early if you're gonna get them cakes or not. She gonna let you know. You ain't, but as far as being a wife, most of them play themselves to not even want to be in that position. But by default, we want the sisters. By default, we come up, we want a sister. That's why we approach y'all. That's why we want to talk to y'all. But if I keep approaching you and every time I approach you, you telling me I ain't shit, that I ain't this and I ain't that, and we both 24 years old, soon as I come on, I'm not even looking at you no more because I already know what you told me. And now I'm the bad guy because you no longer qualify for me. And that's the position women put themselves in, which is unfortunate. So I don't know what y'all gonna do. It's up to you, Precious. You got to get to these younger women. You can't get to these 35s and up. You got to go to these 21-year-olds and say, listen, don't believe these sisters out here. You have to be able to walk in your independence. And if you want to be in that space, here's some ways you can do it. Let you listen to some of these guys so they can tell you what you could do. But you can't be afraid to stand on your own. And you have to be willing to speak out against the foolishness of other women in your circle.
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't know.
Even having them listen to men. So there definitely is a listening, hearing, and comprehension problem when it comes to women. Even having them listen to a men's panel, I don't think is going to really pierce them the way that it needs to. The problem is, I was fortunate to be raised, literally raised. I wasn't watched. I wasn't, somebody had a little bit of guardianship over me. I was raised. And so when you're not raised a certain way, then you're going to be a wild animal out here. You just are. You have nothing to go off of. It was anything went down in your house, anything goes. There was no protection. There was no covering. There was no guarding you from this or guarding you from that. You had free reign to speak however you wanted. You had free reign to cuss everybody out and nobody, reprimanded you for it. Like, there was no cursing in my dad's a deacon, so there definitely was no cursing in my house. I probably heard my mom and dad curse maybe once each in a heated, argument, and not even towards each other, just at something. But when you're raised in a house where anything goes, then when you're older, anything will go for you, anything. And then you're not held accountable for your actions, because in an anything goes home, there is no accountability. Somebody might yell at you, but they're not raising you and showing you the error of your ways. They're not saying, hey, if you go down this path, this is what's going to happen. You literally have, it's almost like the bird dropping the bird out, the little bird out the nest, right? I just was fortunate to not necessarily be dropped out the nest and not taught anything and not covered from anything and things of that nature. But when you have access is a huge thing too in homes. With social media, with women and the access that they have to social media, they think everything that's on social media is real life, and it's literally just a reel. It's a snapshot. It's a lot of people. I read this somewhere, and I don't remember where. I'm gonna have to find it, but they said a lot of people post happy times when they're depressed because it's like a psychological thing. Like, if I'm depressed now, or if I'm not happy now, if I post something from when I was happy or when I was having a good time, that'll make me feel better. And that's not true because you're living in a false sense of reality. You, instead of fixing what's depressing you, or instead of getting yourself together, you're trying to push a narrative that's not true. And once those reels get locked in with the algorithm and things of that nature, now you're seeing more videos of false realities, and you're thinking, oh, everything's okay, and everything's not okay. You're still depressed. You just scroll for a couple of hours, and that depression didn't feel as intense as it did before you got on social media.
Precious, based on what you said earlier, who is the primary caregiver of most of these women? Who would be the primary caregiver?
Primary caregiver, I would say, is either mom.
Go on mute, Sean. it's
Okay.
The primary caregiver, I would say, is probably a mother or a grandparent.
Okay, so with that, so who would you say failed in that capacity in raising the child?
I would say the mother failed and the father was a coward to walk away from the child. Seriously. Because when you have a child, you know, to just walk away or to you know, not now, mind you, walking away means walking away. There are men who co-parent and there are men who may not be with, you know, the child's mother that are still able to raise their kids. They have access to their children. There is no restriction there, even though they're not together or they're not married. But when you straight walk away from a human being, a child, you're a coward because now you're having a child being in this world with no example, with no guidance, when you could have been that person. And even if you couldn't do it, at least make someone available or have someone be available for your child in your absence, because accountability on the parents' end is very, very, very important. Yeah, I know I'm a piece of shit, but I don't want you to be a piece of shit. So I need to get you in the direction, in the vicinity of someone who can help you. But when you're not, when an adult is not doing that for themselves, there's no way that they can do it for a child.
But Precious, based on what you said,
well, let me add this one. You know what was we just talked about with you and Coach Furt? That's a whole nother show. I mean, because there's a lot of extensions to that answer that you gave, because you're not wrong. But I'm saying the percentage of men who actually just walk away like that is not that big.
Yeah.
It's not that big. You know, because I did a show on but that's a whole nother show. It's not as big as people try to make it out to be, because parental alienation is a bigger factor. But that's another thing. So, but you're right, though.
But it happens. It happens.
But no, I'm saying, but you're right. When a man does just walk away, you know, but that hasn't.
You know what that causes, though, right? When a man walks away, and then now the mother is there, and now she's failing to
she's bitter,
raising, right? Because then she will have this language and this talk about the parent that isn't there. So
especially
now
if the kid looks like it.
This is part of the free, anything goes. As a parent, although the other parent is there, and although you're frustrated, although you're mad, although you're, you know, angry, that still doesn't give you a right to speak about that other parent in a certain way to the child. Because when you do that psychologically, and especially in the first 4 to 6 years of a child's life, that's when they are most impressionable. And so when you are speaking that way, when that child actually gets into the world, that is what they're going to regurgitate. That is what they're going to act out. That is what they're going to believe, that, oh, men just leave, or men aren't ish. Men, my dad didn't stick around to help me. And so that behavior does play out when you go to date. They don't trust men. They don't respect men. They don't honor or reverence men in a way that they should, because that male wasn't there.
Would you agree that most are brainwashed early? Most children are brainwashed to hate the other parent?
When a parent leaves and they're just there with one parent?
Yeah, just using your example. Do you think they're brainwashed?
Yeah, that definitely has a huge effect. It has a huge effect. Because the child just knows that there's a deficit, but the parent knows what the whole situation is.
So they lie without telling, because most are not honest. Most women are not honest about their past to their children. Most don't say, me and daddy hooked up at the drive-in and he had a girl, like we wasn't really together, but you came and he wanted to be in your life, but I didn't really want him because he didn't really want the mother, but he may want the child in most cases. But from what I've seen, most men feel and believe they shouldn't have to fight for their child. So a lot of them just sort of stay on the sideline hoping that the dynamic would change. But by that time, they've been so brainwashed by the cousins and the mama, he ain't this and he ain't that. But this dude been driving school buses all of the kids' life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's been so it's just, I've seen it. I worked in, it's a lot of brainwashing.
That because I worked in schools and when I was younger, substituted, worked in North Jersey, did a lot of work in the elementary schools there. And I honestly think that women and men, but I'm gonna say women. Hi, Wife School Podcast. I'm gonna say women because they're left raising the children. A lot of women do not have the emotional intelligence to have the verbiage to use with children during different stages of their life. And that's very important. Like I said, the first 4 to 6 years is the most impressionable. So instead of focusing on what is going to be best for the child and giving, positive talk towards the child and verbiage that's going to help the child, in their day-to-day life, they focus on, not having the father around, or they focus on what the father did and why he's not around and things of that nature. And so you really rob the child of a lot when your focus is not in the right place when you're raising children. You rob them so much. And then you have children who think it's their fault. Then you have children who believe the lies that you tell them because then you're brutally honest and you're not necessarily telling the part that you played. It's just, oh, he left and he wasn't this and this and that. So yes, the lies do come in. And so now the child is living in a reality of the half truth, a bitter person who, had to do it all on their own. They tired, they lashing out, they don't have the patience, and this creates a toxicity in the child as well.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Single mothers are the strongest women on the planet. They don't. No. Whoa. They do not need no man to raise children. What are you talking about? The absence of a father is what alleviates the mother of the stress of being in a relationship, and mothers raise their children much better when they're happy. Y'all keep lying, bro. These are the lies that are being told on a day-to-day, year-to-year, decade-to-decade basis. Y'all are liars. Somebody's lying.
So are you saying, Uncle Rick, is that just the woman that messed up and is trying to get everything together, or is it the woman that has created the family already and the father has left?
You want the truth?
Which one is it?
You want the truth or the lie?
I want your opinion.
The truth is, right? I appreciate you trying. You be trying so hard, sis. You be trying, right?
Yeah, because I come from love.
Right, whatever. Right. So when you said, is it just the husband that leaves the family? How often does that really happen?
I'm not talking like that. I'm talking about
that's
the situation with the husband.
Ma'am,
did leave, right?
That's what you said. That's what you said.
Yes, I'm saying like it was an established relationship, right?
Right.
And then that broke off, as opposed to two randoms that made a mistake or whatever because they just came together. You know what I'm saying? So
thank you for the clarification. And that's why I asked you, how often does the latter really happen?
It happens a lot, I guess.
Does it happen more? Listen. So that means that there will be more couples getting married and less illegitimate children out here on the planet if it happened exactly like you said it. That's a lie.
It's a lie. Okay.
Right? The truth is that most people hook up. And let's be real about the bullshit, because y'all always want to do this shit.
Did you hear what I said?
Real questions, let's go.
Was you married when you fucked them? That's what y'all don't know. You fucked up from the beginning as a woman. I don't give a fuck what you say. The one responsibility you were supposed to have as a woman is to be responsible with your box to a man that will support and take care of you.
Right.
So would you say that's what goes on in the majority of relationships, where these kids are being fathered and mothered and sired?
Yeah.
You would say that's the majority.
Yeah. right?
That women are getting married before they giving up.
Oh, that you meant like having sex. I'm sorry. I switched it around. I thought you were saying. No,
Right.
I was saying that you was having sex. Yeah. Most
I'm
people
gonna keep
have
telling y'all. Listen
Lord.
to what I'm saying. This ain't no disrespect. I love y'all. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to save y'all time. That's all I'm trying to do. What is y'all responsibility as women? Y'all was listen to what I'm saying. I need y'all to listen to what I'm saying. Don't move past it. People try to move past it. I want you to get an understanding. I know I'm not the most eloquent. Right? Y'all was supposed to be the fairer sex. Do y'all know what that really means?
Yeah, we know.
Y'all was supposed to be the one to tell that man, you know, hey, what Janet say, real precious? Let's wait a while.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Before it's too late. Y'all control access to the so-called portal of the universe.
Yeah. So that would goes to say, ladies, avoid men's lies because that's what they often lead with.
Oh,
Give
okay.
your box.
Hey, but Pete, what other game has there been?
Nothing but lies, money. What
Oh,
else?
No, don't do that. Answer the question. As an adult, what other game has there been?
Right, exactly. So I don't think it's necessarily avoid lies because that's part of the game, and women got to be honest about that. That's just part of the game.
Avoid lies.
And wait, and women lie too. Let's be clear on that too.
It's all part of the
Women lie
game,
too.
Sean. It's
Yeah.
all part of the game, right? So I think for women, it's more so being accountable. It's not about, you know, avoiding lies and things of that nature. Of course, use discernment, but you also have to be, you know, well taught. You know, you have to have a foundation to stand on, because when you know that you're not on the foundation that you were built up on or things of that nature, and you know that you messed up, that's when you have to just be accountable for your actions and not go out here and say, oh, well, men ain't this and men ain't that. No, there's things that I've messed up on, and I have to be accountable for that. I have to pay the price for that. I can't go out here and vilify men because of my mistakes, you know? So I think when women understand that, that's the start of actually turning this around, because you can't blame a man for your mistakes. You just can't do it. Men would respect you more if you were accountable for your part in which you did. And so I think that's where we have to start as women, is just being accountable, because once you're accountable, it's not this long drawn out process. It's just
you won't even get there. You won't even get there.
Right.
You won't even get to the lie. The lie won't have no place to sit.
Right.
Right.
So I think that's definitely a place where we have to start. And I think that the Ryan Clark, we're going to keep on with the video, but I think
I'm going, y'all. I'm going. I got a long day tomorrow. I appreciate you. Wife school, you better stop. You better stop. You need
no, I ain't.
You need a whooping. I see.
Yeah.
Y'all be easy, fellas. Peace.
That's definitely where it needs to start. You know, Ryan Clark is talking about, you know, he is talking about his mom and things of that nature. And it seems so far-fetched from what was going on with Andrew Schultz. But in today's society, the disconnect is accountability. And there's a lot of finger pointing instead of women just being accountable for their piss poor decisions. And men have to do the same thing. You know, when we're all accountable.
But precious, men are. If a man has a job, if a man has any record of having a job, whether he's accountable or not, the state will make him accountable. If a woman has a kid, she puts him on child support under threat of jail. Men are usually accountable for their children. They got any kind, if they have any kind of if they're on the grid and they got a job, they're going to be accountable, because the woman, at the very least, is going to be extracting funds from them for 30 years or 20 years. So, I mean, men are usually accountable. They don't have the option to opt out. Women do. Men don't, you know? So it's so it's really like Rick
Is
said,
that in a legitimate relationship or illegitimate relationship?
it doesn't matter what relationship is. The way the laws work, women have the ultimate say on what they want to do with their bodies. Matter of fact, right now, a woman can get rid of a kid even if she's married without even talking to her husband.
Mm.
Right? So I mean, we don't have. Listen, as soon as a man loses the his self in a lady, and and just go ahead and does what he does, he no longer has any say what goes on after that. None. So
Yes.
so he's instantly going to be held accountable by if not the woman, by the law.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the accountability comes in, and where I shouldn't have stuck my penis inside of her, and her accountability, I shouldn't have laid down.
That's so precious. There's no equivalency there.
But still, there's still the avenue. It's still the avenue. Like the life was created for you.
I know. Here we
and
go
your
again.
covering and your responsibility comes
Nobody,
from you.
no man can have sex with a woman unless she abdicates her womb.
Right.
She has to abdicate her womb.
Right.
We keep skipping over that.
Well, no. We're not skipping over it. We're saying that there should we're saying that, or I'm saying
go back home.
That I started out by saying that women need to be accountable, right? But I also said that men need to be accountable too, because again, while a man can pay child support, but he also can just be off just doing whatever. The woman is literally bound to the children.
That's why she should be. That's why she has more accountability, because she's the one who's doing the heavy lifting.
Right.
And wait.
Able to walk through this world and say, you know what? I'll just cut a check, and I don't have to.
Wait. Let's be clear. Women do have that option. They just don't choose it. They don't have to take care of their kids. They choose to. It's the same way men don't have to take care of their kids. They choose to. So just because you're a mother don't mean you are a good mother. You got to take care of your child. So let's be very clear on that. What I'm saying is you're saying that you have to be buckled down with a child, and that's not true. You choose to, because it makes you feel better. It makes you feel more worthy, more responsible, more maternal, more nurturing, and so on and so forth. But you have the choice just the same way anyone else does.
Yeah.
There's adoption, there's birth control, there's a lot of things.
But let's
I don't think women do that to make themselves look or feel better. That's taking accountability for.
It's something that we both connect to the child with. It's we connect to them. Some women, they don't care, but you do form chemical bonds with the baby that is growing inside of you. Something that you men wouldn't understand. And the things that we feel.
I don't know. So where y'all get that now?
Because of the process of the incubation, and we do it. You can't dismiss that. You seen your wives, y'all seen your wives acting crazy and changing.
But that's not the issue, though.
I'm just saying that it's not. He's saying that we choose to do it because we're trying to put ourselves here. It's just that we connected to the thing. Inside of us, we're like, okay, this is a child. This is mine. That's just it. Because it's mine.
You're right.
Yes, it's ours. It's ours. But it's sometimes in those situations, you feel like it's yours at that time. But if the man doesn't want to be there, okay, it's mine at the time. But then when we come together,
you don't have the option to walk away if he has a job, though, because you could put him on child support.
Well, some women don't do that.
No, that's not the point.
What about the women that don't do that?
That's not the point. The point is you could put them on an option. But
you just said we're extracting from the man. So what if we ain't extracting? What if the woman's not extracting anything?
And then you made a choice on your own, which is cool.
Okay, so now it's the choice on your own. Okay, so now the man.
You just gave me the scenario. Whether she don't want nothing from the guy. If you're gonna let the guy walk away, if you're letting the guy walk away, and that's on you. But most guys, listen. When we look at the pie chart of men taking care of their kids, whether they're married or not, only 23% of the men might be in the role of not taking care of the kids or walking away or deadbeat dad. It's a very small percentage. Most men take care of their kids.
Yes.
Most men take care, whether they're with the woman or not.
They have all these disheveled women out here.
Because the women don't want those guys.
Right.
They give those guys hell. They alienate the men. That's a big. You do any research of child alienation.
No.
Any research on child alienation, it's one of the biggest reasons why men ain't in the kids' lives, because they got to fight like hell just to see their kids. Women destroy men and use their kids as weapons all the time. I mean, why like that doesn't happen?
I mean, the children of these decisions, okay? The children of these decisions are left with no fathers, right? So
because women are part of that.
Yes.
Right. Well, I mean, both the men and women.
No, a man. Listen, if you do any research on parental alienation, there's a significant amount of men who are isolated from their children because of the women.
And he laid down with no good.
But again, Precious,
I'm saying the guy wants to be in the kid's life. The guy wants to be in the kid's life, and the woman won't let him.
Women have to be accountable for sleeping with Pookies and Ray Rays, right? Accountable for
the baby's born
with Pookishas who are unruly.
It ain't just Pookishas doing that.
No.
I like that Pookie.
It's not just it's not just Pookishas. We talking college educated. We talking women who claim to be the top tier women. They're having babies by guys that they know ain't about ish. They know that. They see he got that swag. Girl, he got swag. But he smell like dirt.
He's light skinned. He got curly hair. My name is
these light skinned guys. No,
it be the brown skinned dusties. But anyway, no, but here's the thing.
How we get on this conversation?
No, I just came in to stir up the pot. Okay, I just came in to get some views.
You said this earlier about being raised, right? Okay, I wasn't raised right. I have a child. I'm not speaking about my life, but I'm just using this as an example. Mm-hmm. So I wasn't raised right. I had a child at 16, right? So now, what do I need to do to ensure, and I even know what I need to do to ensure that my child does not repeat this cycle. However, I'm so busy worrying about my next move, my next thing that I want, when I'm not even teaching my child how to read, I'm not teaching my child how to be responsible. I'm letting them do whatever the hell they want to do. And it's not a problem until it start affecting my relationships. That's when it's a problem. A lot of young men and young women are growing up in this example. And I'm so mad and want to prove, because this is one thing I learned about sisters. They never want to admit that they failed at anything. Never. They will go to their grave. They don't give a damn about the kids, the grandkids, as long as they don't have to be labeled as a failure, but it's really saying, you know what, I need help. I can't do it. There's no way that I've seen it too many, especially the modern women, raise a 6'5" boy. He's 6'5" and he's 14 years old. He can do what he wants. You can go in, y'all got friends, they got teenagers right now. Next time you go over their house and they got their kids' room, go look in their kids' room and see what it look like and smell like. They ain't giving no energy to that baby. It's all about themselves. And this is where we are, because those same boys are in that house not being valued. Those same women are not in, those young kids are not in that house being valued. So when they come out to the adult world, guess what they're going to be? Disrespectful, unruly, can't get along, don't work well with others, don't want to hold a job, always expecting someone to give them something. And you had a great example, because fathers will never let their children be and live in that capacity. Never. Even if we don't get along with the mother. I say, women, and I've been saying this for a while, when you get a 12-year-old boy, I don't give a damn if the father ain't treated you like hell, drop your son off over his house and say, here, it's your turn. Watch how quick he can start getting his life together. But you know he ain't shit because you met him when he wasn't shit. So you can't expect for him all of a sudden change. So you got to be more selective. And it's unfortunate women are not selective because most of them understand men through other women and not through men. They don't get the understanding through men. So, girl, he's cute. Why don't you sleep with him? You 22 and ain't got no kids. What's wrong with you? What kind of idiocy is that? When nobody's, it starts with the adult who's in that situation. If I allow children to just be whatever and do whatever, then would I admit that I failed? Or would I say, you know what? It was the mama's fault because she left. No, they in my care. I understand it, what I need to do, but most poor Black people love being poor and they don't give a damn about the kids being poor. So, because guess who go take care of me? My baby. My baby go take care of me. How old is your baby? He's 36. Your baby 36. That's a grown ass man, but that's my baby. So there's a disconnect, and it's unfortunate because y'all create all that stress and shit.
Yeah. And the reason why I said about the, and wait, no, there's the reason why I say y'all, and I'm emphasizing it. Like you said earlier, you was lending to my point. You said we have a connection. Yeah, y'all have a connection up until that baby starts growing and getting its own personality. Y'all sometimes treat babies like they doll babies. Want to dress them up. It's all cute. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel responsible, needed, and wanted, which you got abandoned from your man. So now you're getting this need fulfilled to feel responsible and somebody loves you. And we often gloss over that portion of it when it's a harsh reality that exists in a lot of women today.
Maybe an immature woman, but okay.
Hey, so let me say
Well,
this.
let's not go there because we know Mr.
Maybe an
Leto
immature
and
woman.
his saying. We know
Kids
Mr.
grow up.
Leto and his
That's
saying.
definitely, you know that. And if a person knows that you have to instill in a child, you got to raise them. You don't just be there with them and try to make them cute like a doll. You have to raise a child. That's just common sense.
But one school, I mean, again, I mean, let's just say that's a given, right? Every kid has to be raised properly, but are we doing a good job of it? But here's the thing, right? I like to say this, right? When
You froze.
I thought it was me. I was like, oh my Wi-Fi.
Something stopped our pain from talking. Wait a minute.
Yeah, nah,
It was the Lord.
it was I don't know, man. I buffered, I guess. Listen, all I'm trying to say is I'd like to say that the vast majority of women and people in general probably want to do the good things, but I think we got, like I said, I believe that a lot of people just got caught up in the times that we're in. You can't really I think one of the things, here's a couple of things. I think women who have children from men that they don't want to have in their lives, but want those men to be responsible, put themselves at a deficit. Because now when the men come up who are actually like worth having, who are on their grind and don't have any children, they're expected to be able to step in and be stepdaddy season is over. In that way, where a man doesn't have any children, he doesn't necessarily want to have a woman with kids, right? Because I know a lot of women don't want men with kids, except if a man has children, a woman has children. I think that kind of blend is better because they know what each other is going through, right? Those relationships, a lot of those relationships actually work, right? Because he has kids, you have kids, and you understand how you're going to deal with each other, blah, blah, blah. So, but I think a lot of women expect men who don't have any children, who just got that good job or spent a lot of time on their grind, to come in and accept them as a package. And then they minimize how big the goddamn package is. And I think that's part of the disconnect we have. Back in my day, it wasn't nothing for a man to be a stepfather. Wasn't, and was nothing for a woman to be a stepmother. Well, I mean, nothing. It was like nobody looked down on any. Nobody called a man a simp, you know, a crashed up dummy and shit, or nobody said anything bad about him. I had a stepmother. She was great. I mean, I cried at her funeral. You know, I mean, I've spent a lot. She used to come over to my house as a refuge from New York. She used to stay here all the time. And you know, so, but I met her when I was 14. And so I have another brother and sister with her and my father. We were like really close. She used to drink me under the table, but that's another story. She was from the South, man. She was something else. And she could cook like a dream. But she was a great, my father bit the apple twice, and he got two great women, my mother and his second wife. And but so that was different. The times are different now. And so many of our sisters, and this is no disparage, I think more women today want the kid and without the man. They want the child without the guy. And that's all over the place too. And so what are men to think that, hey, I just want you to be a sperm donor. Hey man, Ebony K. Williams, she sat down here and said she reduced men to 2 vials of sperm. I mean, she did a whole show on that. I got some, go out and get yourself some black male sperm. I looked high and low to get some. And we're undercharging, by the way. We should be charging at least $1,000 a pop. We're undercharging, huh? So I'm just saying, I think we've been belittled so much, and just say, hey, listen, if you don't got no money, you don't have the aesthetics, you're not, if you're a bus driver, you're not worth it. I mean, how many guys, how much shit do we have to take? And then, oh, by the way, some white guy made a joke. You need to protect us. I don't know.
Well, in fairness, society has really dictated that fathers and men are a check, and
or expendable.
Yeah, well, that's because they're only a check, and all they got to do is go to work and provide. And so, with that mentality, it's groomed a lot of the mentalities of women expecting just money and only thinking that money is the only thing they need to be able to fulfill the position of a father.
I would say that's definitely a woman who wasn't raised with a father.
Yeah, I wouldn't emphasize. I wouldn't overemphasize.
Wait. That's not true, though. That's not true, because we got a lot of women who was raised with fathers who still think that way. Let's be real. Society is what is dictating that.
Are you going to pass your daughter off to a man that can't provide for her?
Once again,
From your own evaluation?
Am I going to pass? No, but my daughter's going to go to a man who won't provide for her.
No, I ain't asking for that. Now, if you have your daughter active in your life, as you said, black men are you going to allow your daughter
to
go to a person that cannot provide for her?
You only have so much covering and governance over a grown person. Especially a grown person.
The answer would be no. But the money is not the biggest thing. Wait a minute, sure. I mean, listen, I wasn't finished. Listen, the money ain't the biggest thing, because we know a plethora of black women give babies to men who don't have no money because they just sexually attracted to them. So I just think that in the absence of everything else, biology trumps all of this stuff we're talking about. So let me just finish. So I mean, I wasn't even finished when you cut in there. But I'm just saying, in the absence of all the culture and social mores and statutes and all that, men and women just having sex willy-nilly. It's not just about the money, because we know a lot of women give babies to men who ain't got shit. They don't got, and the women know it beforehand, but they're still doing it.
But they're not giving. But I'm sorry, but to White School Podcast point earlier, Stephanie said that's immature women. Can we safely say that the responsibility or the immaturity showed when the sex was given up and relinquished so easily?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
so
a baby doesn't make you mature.
Well, it's not. It's just it's not just immature women. It's not just immature women, though.
Or the life that you have brought.
It's not just immature women.
Men have to be accountable.
It's not just immature women, though. I mean, when I can't stand when women say, "Oh, I was just a baby." It's bullshit. Women know what they're doing. It's not just immature women. I mean, we got to be honest. You know, some of these women know exactly what they're doing, right? I mean, they're not just babies. I mean, well, we're not talking about 14-year-olds. Let's just start at 18 and up. Okay? I mean, women know what they're doing.
Do you
just like men know what they're doing? We can't use that as an excuse.
Real Precious, is Arrested Development a real thing for adults that are posing as adults, but they really aren't mentally?
It definitely is. It definitely is. For women though, so it's funny. I was watching Kendra G's show one of these nights.
Okay.
And she asked the question, why do women leave? Women don't leave before the baby, right? But as soon as the baby get here, the woman want to leave the man, right? That's when she like comes to her senses. And women's brains do change after they have a child. A woman's the way that she thinks is a lot different after she has a child. Now, her immaturity level, or lack of maturity, that may still be there, but as far as her knowing that she needs to take care of the child,
but Precious, she changed because she got to take care of the kid. She gave birth to a guy. She had sex with a guy, had nothing, and so all before it was fun and games. When that baby came in the first 3 months, whining and crying, she knew that guy she was sexually attracted to couldn't do anything. So, what you call it? Survival kicks in. I got to do something to take care of this kid. That's what changed. The kid changed. And so she seems like she might have had some kind of epiphany. It wasn't really an epiphany. She's got a crybaby she can't take care of. I mean that. And so, oh shit! Now I got to do something. I think I saw that, Kendra G. So I'm out 3 months pregnant. And I'm looking for another guy. And then she describes a man who's everything that the dude she gave the baby to isn't. You know, I mean, come on, listen. You know, some things are just black and white.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, this is my take on it. That's my take.
It is true though. A woman, it just changes because you have a baby. You have an actual child to take care of, and a woman doesn't think about nurturing a relationship that she should have either left.
Are you thinking about it beforehand either?
Wait. Can I say this?
Come on, bro. You're like, yes, I'm getting them skins, some cheeks.
What I'm saying. Let me answer. Can I answer that? First off, it's not a woman that changes, because a man changes too. It's a responsible person that changes. If it was a woman that changed, then there would be no mothers that will give up their children. That's just the reality. So because you change, don't make it women change, because the same way you're responsible, a responsible man changes immediately too. As soon as he realizes he got a baby that's coming into this world, he starts changing just the same way you do.
So I would like to see more men around, and ladies be mature and let them stay around.
Okay. So based on what I've been hearing, and what the one thing that can make that possible is this: whoever the parent is in charge of the child, we must teach them that their body is valuable.
Absolutely.
We're letting our teenage kids just freely run amok having sex. By the time most of them get into their 20s, they done already ran their body count up. They don't know what love is. They just been out here clapping cheeks, watching porn, clapping cheeks. I've had to talk so many young guys out of this mindset. So many young women. I don't want a man. I don't want a boyfriend, but my body needs pleasure. I need some, I'm like, you can't go through life with this mindset, but a lot of it is just taught. A lot of this stuff is taught to these children. Use your body to get what you want. Use what use your money maker. It's being taught by adults who don't give a damn about these young folk. They don't, because a lot of them are coming out the gate already damaged, already putting themselves in harm's way because of a look of a person. I like her because of a look, and we all like somebody we can look at. However, they show you they red flags first. They show it, but no, I gotta have it. I gotta have it. And don't let it be a man that women want to compete against. Ain't no sisterhood. I ain't like him. The hell with these little tricks out here. That's all you hear. So it's unfortunate that this is the mindset of a lot of us. Well, I ain't gonna say us, we old, but a lot of these young adults, this is what the information they getting. And they getting it from the degenerate rap groups. I mean, people that rap, they're getting paid to let us look like fools and act like fools. And young folk, they modeling that same behavior. We seeing it play out. You chose a dude that already had a made family and he's had a history of cheating, but that's what you want to make babies by and get married to. Now you want to cry after the fact. You can't do that. Now your damaged goods coming back to the regular people, because now you ain't getting that high quality dude. You're going to get a regular guy, but he's not good enough. But the dude been on the job 15 years. He got a pension he's waiting on. He got his own house, his own car, and he can settle. I'm going to spend $40. Come through on Friday. I'm going to give you 40, 60 if you're nasty. It's the best thing to do. Other than that, why you don't have to do all that. You can make a steak yourself and watch the game and call somebody over for your little 20 minutes for $40. They'll do it. Wait till the end of the month. They'll be ready for it because they can't pay their bills. But
yeah, well, you know, the one thing that's true though is that men and women don't really want to get married too much anymore, and for different reasons. It's different reasons. I just don't think it's the same reasons. I think a marriage-minded man wants what he wants, but it's hard to find. Especially if he doesn't have any children, right? And I think a woman, a woman who's still playing out there, she wants a guy traditional, but she doesn't want to be traditional herself. And what I mean by traditional, I mean, listen to what I say. No, I don't want you to wear that dress. No, you can't have a best male friend. That's bullshit. And not because I'm insecure, it's because I know how men are. And so I don't want to hear you gaslight me saying, this guy no. You go in his house, over his house, you're talking to him, and in a moment of weakness, he'd be busting those cheeks. So we don't buy that shit. It's stupid. I mean, if I had you wouldn't want me to be in a situation with a girl, just my girlfriend, we're hanging out together. I mean, that's crazy. You have to give some shit up to get what you want. It's just simple on both sides. But that deal is not, it seems like that deal is harder to make these days on both sides. Okay. I'm not just saying it's the women. I'm just saying the deal is different, for men and women, and that's what I'm saying. I think women have been told that their empowerment comes with the freedom. When I heard a woman says, I don't want to be bogged down in a marriage. The only thing she can't do and be married is stroke other men. If you got the right kind of husband, you could do you can get a PhD, you could build a business, you could do anything you want and be married if you're married to a man who understands you're on your grind. The only thing you can't do is be on your knees pleasuring another man. That's it.
I agree.
So when I hear that, I'm saying, you don't want to be with a man because you don't want to be monogamous. Just admit it. And the only thing a man who wants to marry you, that's pretty much the only thing he wants from you. Respect, monogamy, and those guys, we don't got this big 800 laundry list of shit, man. So that's why we can't get together. We just don't. And so, that's why people are talking partnerships. Because with a partnership, you could drive trucks through the small print. I don't know. So it's not really that complicated to me. I think when people see the vows, they just can't really get with it. And of course you got to find the right person and all this kind of shit. But nobody's a perfect person.
Right.
And so here's another thing. When we get gaslight, you're just insecure, men worry about a woman's past. Most men in the West, We know that our women slept with somebody before. So stop gaslighting us like we were that you had some penis before. It's not true. Most of the women, we know you've been down. Doesn't mean, but if you have 20 or 100 and shit like that, that's different because there's an imbalance, right? So that's not the reason why men don't want women. No, men in the West has long since stopped looking for virgins. So it's not because you have sex with somebody else. The only thing is, if you learn some shit, you better let me get some of that. God damn it. So that's all I'm saying. I better get that too. Don't be holding back. Don't be holding back.
All of it.
I am Mary Magdalene. I do not participate.
But we just don't want you to be free. We just don't want you to be whores. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. And a lot of these guys know.
I think men are real easy. I just think you guys. I think your guys want too much. And not, there's nothing wrong with. Let me just say this. I'll shut up. It's not that y'all want too much. It's that y'all don't concentrate on how much y'all need to give to get what you want.
Well, I think even what the women want today is not even something that they've seen, experienced, have been
just making shit up as they go. Yeah.
Seats, front row seats to that. So I think it's just unrealistic, and social media has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, that's true.
They got these ports that's on strike. They need to shut down social media. I would be honestly, seriously, because what was it? 2006, 7-ish, when social media really became, really was starting out. And I would have never thought it would have gotten to this point. I feel like any platform has a social media format. I mean, from the notifications I get from like a news break, right? Yeah. It's almost a social media format. It keeps you on the same, you're on a different platform, but still doing the same mannerisms that you're doing on the social media platform.
Because they ask you to comment. Right, some of those
liking. Yeah. They're suggesting different videos. Facebook then turned into the new Instagram, where you see reels in the middle of the page now. It wasn't necessarily always like that. And so I honestly think that social media has definitely brainwashed. I mean, if the parents ain't doing it, social media is definitely brainwashing. But as far as what women want, when you don't have a realistic picture of how it should go, then you're just going to use your imagination on how you want it to go.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not that, this is even on that Kendra G show. Okay, you want a man to make 100K. Have you ever dated a man that made 100K? Do you make 100K? And 9.5 times out of 10, no, I've never dated a man who made 100K. No, I don't make 100K. My mom shared with me the other day some information about my dad and what he made when we were younger, and I was like, really? Like I thought my dad was balling.
Hey.
Balling. And when she told me, I was like, really?
Yes.
Which means he was a man taking care of his business and was able to feed a family of 4 and a dog.
That's right.
but Precious, you missing the key element. Your parents worked together. It was 7 of us, 9 in my house. We didn't go without anything. I had bikes, mopeds, everything. I didn't even ask for. We had 2 cars. People thought we was balling. You know what? Parents was making about $34,000, $35,000 a year.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they understood the mission. Women today is unfortunate. They selfish. F them damn kids. F you unless you can provide a service. They don't hold their mamas accountable. Why? Because she's the unpaid babysitter. Mama, you babysit my kids. You ain't doing nothing. You remember how you treated me when I was young? Throw the guilt trip on. Kids are reading at an all-time low. Everybody's down overweight. Who in the hell's moving around? Everybody's just getting dumber and dumber. But I look good though, girl. You get that $400 weave, and I ain't got nothing against the weave. But they invest in child's college funds, something that can change their life into the weave. So
I gotta have my props. You know,
that's so funny. Yeah. I saw a pop the balloon with a chick. I saw a pop the balloon with a chick had a weave on. And the guy, she was talking to the guy, and the guy says, you know, I'd like to see, you know, the braids in your hair.
Yes.
She took off the weave. I think this had to be scripted.
No, she took it off. Yeah.
No, she took it off, but her head was, and she had real short buzz cut,
low cut,
nice manicured hair underneath that. And she was beautiful. I said, you know what? Why would you even wear? So and then she looked right into the camera. I'm saying, you know, I think this was a little scripted right here. But she did not need to have any kind of wig trying to look like a white girl. Her hair was beautiful. She had like a little peanut head and shit. You know. I said, man, this chick looks, she's fine. Oh my God. She was fun as hell. I said, man, without that weave. So I don't know if they were trying to make a statement or not, or she took, oh, do you want me to take it off? And it came off too easy. It came off too easy.
Those are called glueless.
When she took it off, what was the you saying that she looked good and everything? Was that the resounding response that she got?
The guys went berserk over
yes, it was.
The guys, to a man, they said, "Oh man, I'm sorry, I popped my balloon."
Yeah, a lot of that.
Yeah. So, with that being said, right? So, for some women, and I don't know why the girl wear the wig, but to get that type of reassurance from the opposite sex who are looking for women, looking to be in monogamous relationships, that probably did her some good. Because a lot of time, and that's what we're talking about tonight, the Black woman experience, right? That's part of the Black woman experience, wearing these wigs and
self-inflicted wounds.
Right. But at the end of the day, when you are out there and you're not getting, and by no means am I saying that women should get validation from men. However, if you're wanting to be in a relationship with a man, validation from that man would be nice. You know, it would be nice. So when women are, and again, I know men are telling women wear your natural and things of that nature, right? So it's not like men are not saying those things, but I'm sure that did her a bit of good for her confidence to say, for a man to say, well, dag, I shouldn't have popped my balloon. Now it's her fault coming out there with a false representation of who she truly is. But going with the Black woman experience, there is a reason why she decided to do that. And you can say, okay, I didn't feel like, I mean, if it was a buzz cut, what, brushing my hair today, or I didn't feel like, when you have short hair, you got to do a little bit more.
You could tell it was
No, it was styled, it was a blonde, it was blonde. It was dyed blonde. It was styled. It was groomed very well.
Yeah, line through it. Yeah.
So, Precious, what's the reason? That's what I want to hear.
Well, here's. I want to. Can I just say a word? No, Payne, be quiet, please. You've been talking all night.
I want you to be quiet. So Precious is giving us this.
I know you've been painful. It's been painful. Full of pain. No, can I just say this one word and then we can go over to Precious, because I want you to tap on it into this word: low self-esteem. Can you touch on that? Because I think that's really
low self-esteem is definitely a thing for any and everyone. That also comes with your upbringing. That definitely comes with your upbringing and the house that you're in, the kind of talk that your parents give you, coming from mom and dad. If you don't have dad, even mom, what is mom telling you how you look with your hair and things of that nature? My mom always says, I just love you with your natural hair. I like the other styles that you do, but I just love you, you know, with your short cut. And when you do this and we do, So it's like, what are these women hearing from the people that
Say it, Precious.
or raised them or brought them into this world? Like, what exactly is that experience like? Because in my opinion, if you have to always resort to that, there had to be someone telling you that you without it was not good enough, didn't look good enough, or wasn't acceptable. You hear all these black women say, "Oh well,
Precious, you amaze me.
Well, you know what the answer is, though,
Yeah,
I mean, this is just one. I mean, even if there's two sides to it. It's before the social media era, and now the social media era, right? We had the whole thing in the black community about good hair and all that other horse shit, right? That causes a psychosis and stuff. But in the social media era, the way the transvestites have dressed you guys up with the false eyelashes and long fingernails, y'all look so they can blend in. So to make y'all look like them, so nobody can tell you apart. I think a lot of black women in general wanted the BBLs, the long hair, because they think that's what men want. And then because women conflate what men want from you sexually with what men might want to marry, that shit's conflated with women, right? So they get 1,000 likes in their DM or 1,000 people in their DM. 99% of those guys just want to smash, right? It's not the same thing with the two guys that might want to know who you are, right? So with all this attention, all those likes, they say, well, this is what men want.
Yeah.
But that's not what regular men want. Men who want to marry you want to see what you look like.
Yes.
But you don't see those guys because they ain't flashy. They might not be.
Yeah.
And so you ain't getting the attention if you don't have all this stuff on. So if I'm on Instagram and I'm only getting 3 likes or 4 likes with my natural beauty, because you're getting likes by guys who might want to meet you, as opposed to guys who just want to screw you, those numbers are down.
And this
so I think that's what it is. And then then of course it's the inferiority complex, it's all those kind of things. Yeah, that was on my vetting list. If I had a woman that, maybe I was lucky. My wife is all natural all the time. So all my daughters, they take after their mothers, their mother. But I would want to see what you look like. I want to know if we got a Coyote Ugly situation going on.
Oh, man.
Or not. You know what I'm saying?
But our pain, listen, okay, so you're a little older than me. And I was a young teenager when I was probably like 20, 21 when the weave started to take off in the communities. It was around, late 80s, early 90s when that crack started really taking off because I'm telling you, I saw it firsthand. Mother started to not really be in the home because a lot of the mothers was getting strung out. A lot of the protectors of the home of those families they was using drugs or they were selling, they was getting caught up in the system. So everything had to be done quickly. They got to this space where they didn't spend the time on Sundays or Saturday mornings washing and combing heads. Everybody, hey, we gotta, we on the go. Everybody's on the move. Children now you see, and this is even irks me with the man raising daughters. They don't even get their daughter's hair combed. There's no damn way that I would have a child, and if it's a son, his hair ain't cut. Our daughter, hell, you can learn how to roll a blunt. You can learn how to braid some hair. Same thing. You're using your fingers. But people are so caught up in the selfish wants and needs, and I'm telling you now, and it has nothing. Like you said, the weave. There's nothing wrong with the weave, but the problem is this. It's not for what men want. Precious, you have short hair. Your mother and father validated you with your natural hair. A lot of these people with kinky hair, and this has always been a part of us, your hair nappy. Your hair nappy. My wife has the kinkiest hair of any woman I've never ever met. I'm talking about it's like you run your hand thing, it's almost like barbed wire. That shit is 36 inches long. 36 inches long. And she has sister locks. We talk about it all the time, but she doesn't damage it. She's not trying to please nobody but me. I tell her she cut her hair off, she might have to find another husband. You know what I'm saying? But most men like the naturalness of a sister. We don't care about your hair. It's your brain that we sort of getting, that's messed up now. They're not doing it. And other women push women into doing that. Girl, look at your hair. I would put a perm in it. These young girls are getting perms and getting their nutrients stripped out of their hair at early age. So now they don't even know how to comb hair.
Yeah,
You don't see the mannequin baby doll hairs. My sister used to have the little mannequin hairs with the hair. Now you don't see that. No, everybody's trying to put the kid in an adult lifestyle when the kid don't even have a chance to be a kid and learn those things. And it's just unfortunate because and this is me, I've been saying it. If women would, and this is the daughters, if you would spend 6 months focusing on giving your daughter the best information, the truth, showing them how to do certain things, all age appropriate, they'll be able to take everything that you give them when they get to a certain age to the next level. They won't be having as many babies. They won't be going with the same sex because they'll understand who they are. They'll have the self-esteem needed, but we have to understand as we got joked on, jonesed on with our own family. So having self-esteem is something I really didn't, having no self-esteem is something I really didn't understand because that was always part of the Black community from the time I can remember. We talked about each other, but we loved each other in the same facet. And when we never would now this is even into the video, we loved each other so much that nobody else could talk about us and get away with it. And this is where we are now because sisters did not beat the brothers down. Now they beating these brothers down. And a lot of them are just talking about the guys in their family, the dudes that they saw their mother let get away with everything. And these dudes are talking about the same women they grew up with. They don't know every woman. And if you're a certain type of dude, if you on your square and you stand on it and you verbalize that early on with a woman, a certain woman will run away, but there's a certain kind of woman that was cling to that and she'll follow that. But we in this gray area and F them kids is what they saying and doing. That's what they're doing. They F the kids. The kids they ain't got a chance. And that's the problem. So you 40, 35-year-olds, invest in your damn kids. Other than that, you will be poor. Your kids will be poor. Their kids will be poor. And you can take it for however you take it, unless you are willing to change. Now's the time to change. If not, shut the hell up and get out of the kids' way.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna keep on with this video and then we're gonna close out.
An experience that he can't understand because his wife is not Black. You don't have the right to talk about that. You don't have the right to speak on something that you don't know, right? And to make a joke about what the experience is one thing if you're talking about haircuts and you're talking about clothing and you're talking about beards, or you're comparing what our friend Travis Kelce looked like when he was with Kayla Nicole to what he looks like now that he's with Taylor Swift, right? That is part of it. You start to assimilate to the people around you. What you're not going to do, though, is be disrespectful and say you have to develop a defense mechanism because of alleged violence. Black women aren't violent. Black women don't just walk around to beat people or to be angry or to be treated a certain way. No, Black women, to me, were the entire front line of the Alton Sterling protests when he died, when he was killed by cops in Louisiana. Black women are on the front lines of everything that's about us. Black women understood that they had to take a back seat because as we were fighting for rights in our country, that we as men were going to be able to get through the door before they were. So they decided to push us forward and give us ideas and give us help and give us support and be our biggest cheerleaders because they knew we'll have an opportunity to get in the door first. The problem is, so many times now we're getting in those doors and we aren't reaching back and bringing them through that same door with us. And this is just another example of that. So whoever is Andrew Schultz's Black friend, Charlemagne, you're his black friend. Sit him down, talk to him, tell him what the black woman experience truly is, because he ain't married to one, and he's obviously never been around enough of them to know how strong, how beautiful, how independent they could be while also being supportive, how much black women have done to create this entire world that we all live in and the way that they've poured in it. I'd rather be upset, but I know if I'm upset and I'm loud, that just plays into the same angry black woman trope to the black man trope that he wants us to depict, and I refuse to give him that joy. The first thing is, when you think about...
All right. So the black woman that he is talking about, it seems like that black woman doesn't necessarily exist today.
No, that's not true. It's just that they're hidden behind all the hyenas. Yes, that's the point. There's no separation. There's no separation. So, because the way he spoke in absolutes, that's not reality. Right? So he spoke in these absolute things, you know. And then he said that black men didn't want to pull black women. That's a lie. I mean, we, in terms of, no matter how bad it is, the number one preference of black men is black women. There's no lie. There's no daylight between that. You know, so he was pandering, and he was like Rick was saying, a lot of what he is saying is way beyond a little stupid joke one white man said. I would have just preferred him say, listen, you can't talk about our sisters like that and just leave it like that. You don't got permission. Because it's just not true. I could tell you this. Yeah, the sisters, when they became independent, black women, when they became independent, they didn't leave it like that. They said, I'm independent, I don't need no man. Mm. White women didn't say that shit. Black women said that. I'm strong, I'm independent, and I don't need no man. You tell men that shit for decades, what are we gonna do? Right? I don't need no man. So we got to complete the whole goddamn sentence. You know, here's another thing. You know, so I'm saying that the good black women just got it's always allowed, even if you want to say minority, that get the squeaky wheel gets the grease, whatever. But I'm gonna say this, and I know nobody's gonna agree with me. I think the final nail in the coffin between black men and black women, black boys and their black mothers, black, you know, not all, black husbands and black wives was Black Girl Magic. Black Girl Magic was started by an ultra feminist woman, and it sounded good on paper, but once the commercialism started pouring money, accolades and everything into black women, they forgot completely about their boys, their husbands, their fathers. It was just all about black women. Black women, black women, black women, black women, black women. Now, the good part of it was that it gave a lot of black women the chance to say, okay, I could achieve high level. That's why so many doors are open. That's why if a black man and a black woman or black woman is running for office, and they have enough community service, a lot of black women are getting higher offices. How did that happen? Because they're not the most disrespected. They're not. How do you become mayor? How do you become a DA? How do you become a vice president? Well, she's not black, but you know, how do you become a Supreme Court justice? You know, I mean, so the truth of the matter is, black women are not the worst off in this country. They're just not. They're just one step behind their little white sisters, because the white woman put feminism out there and black women put that shit on steroids. And Black Girl Magic became a movement for black women at the expense. Well, no, not the expense. It became a movement that forgot that you you got sons, you got husbands, you got boys that need to be cultivated. That shit became non-persona. You know, that whole Black Girl Magic thing had nothing to do with boys, had nothing to do with men. All
it's like girl magic, aren't they?
Exactly.
Black Girl Magic.
I mean, yeah, what I'm saying is it became a movement that forgot about that you're not in the shit alone.
Would you say the Black Girl Magic is equating to the manosphere? How you guys have a designated space for yourself to empower yourself, as opposed to a woman's space that empowers the women?
Nobody put any. Nobody.
I'm
put
just saying the space.
Let me answer. Nobody put any kind of accolades on the so-called manosphere. It was just a couple of guys got together and got permission that you say some shit on YouTube, and it kind of grew. That's not like the millions and millions of dollars, the commercialism that went into Black Girl Magic. It's no comparison.
But
it just became
your issue with Black Girl Magic is that it didn't include young.
My issue is that it made women forget that you're not here alone, that you have a counterpart. That's what it made. It's not. My issue is not that we shouldn't have Black Girl Magic. It made y'all forget that you have a counterpart in this world, which is a black man. It's black sons. And the way the black boys are being raised is not to become men. Right? So the fact is, and it was 2013. Just go ahead and read about the woman who started it. She had ulterior motives. You know, so all I'm just trying to say is not that we shouldn't have had a point where unleash the black woman's power and all that. It's just that there was something left behind. And when he said that we passed through a door and forgot about the women, that's a lie. Women passed through the door and forgot about men.
Yes.
You know, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then the manosphere was just a couple of squeaky guys, and they were saying, you know, we said, what about us?
Yeah.
And we're tired of hearing, I got all this shit and I don't need no man.
Yeah.
What do you think? Oh, you know what? I don't need you. I want you. Okay, so when I'm horny, just come knock on the door. You could bang out and then leave. You know what? Now maybe I'll put a few dollars on the dresser for you when you shit. You know what I'm saying? But don't ask me to make you a sandwich. You know. So listen, a lot of ways you are right now. Not all. The way things are now is because the way it's what women want. The number one plank for your girl Kamala Harris is deleting babies.
Don't say my girl.
I'm just your girl, just out there, and deleting babies and promoting the alphabet community. Those two things.
And that's sad because a lot of brothers are going.
And they're both to me, you know. So I'm saying, all I'm just trying to say is, I don't know. Listen, it sounds like I'm coming down on women. I'm saying we're all part of the puppet masters, and we got to wake up to see it. I'm 66 years old. I've been voting Democrat all of this time. And I didn't, you know, why did it take me so long to know we're being used? There's nothing in the Democratic Party for heterosexual men. Nothing. Not just black men, period.
And that's not a woman thing, right? Because you've been basing everything around women. So the Democratic Party.
No, I'm just saying that, you know, I miss, well, the Democratic Party, but what I'm saying is I miss some things as well. So when I say this about women, you guys are missing it. I think women are missing it. And I think some women are starting to say, well, you know, wait a minute. How are we going to survive here when all of our covering is gone? You think Zaddy is going to cover you? Zaddy ain't going to cover you. Maybe a few select girls are going to get married to a white man and be in the bliss and give him a buzz cut and shit.
I mean, should we go to the White Side Wife School podcast?
I know. The thing is, you can't. I know, and it sounds like I know, but that's the God-given power that God has instilled in women is to be able to champion and cheerlead and to come together. That's the power we have.
Okay,
but the misdirection of it isn't being used in the right way. You know, that
I don't disagree.
We can't come together. but you said we got to come back home. Okay, we got to come back home, just like Becky and all them went back home today, husbands and stuff. We got to come back home. But there's nothing wrong with, like you said, we were on the front lines and champion this and whatever that guy.
I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, there's no problem because that's what we got. We can come together. We can come to the all white party. We're gonna buy the tickets. We're gonna support you, but we do have to come back home. Not forget our families. Bring that same power, like you said, back into our homes just as hard.
Yeah, he said you just put it up with it. He said something about community too. He said something about community. If women would rather have children out of wedlock,
there is no community.
There's no community.
Not at all.
There's no community. So he's just talking out of his ass.
And here's the thing, what he said. Again, I'm always speak of my favorite generation, always, because I don't know if y'all know about the Pullman Porters. I don't want to spend too much, but the Pullman Porters, you got to go read their history. They have a very unique history. Now, the women and men work so good together and this is where we got it twisted. The women understood they had the power to do their best work and not stand on the front line by being in the back per se. Just like going to war. The ones that can't bear the brunt of the war and everything that comes with it, they stay in the back. And the women were in the back, making sure that when their man came home from out fighting Jim Crow and all of that, they would be able to soothe his wounds, right? And the whole community benefited from it. Every man ensured that the community benefited from it. But again, as the feminism movement took the father out, crack took the mother out. Crack changed the whole game. A lot of y'all are first generation crack children. Y'all been fighting since y'all was 10 years old. Everybody in your community been fighting and scrambling because, again, there's no protection. And some of it's by default. But again, if I sit here and told y'all every time I came up that y'all ain't this and y'all ain't that, at some point y'all gonna stop letting me up. At some point you're gonna be like, man, you full of shit. And you gonna start seeing it. This is where we are now. A lot of these young brothers have been beat down by the women that they want the most. And as they continue to grow, because they can't get no Section 8, they ain't got no child. They ain't getting no government assistance. Or they'll be out on the street. So they understand what they have to do. And when they face with that, they have to get out here and they realize it. I got to take care of myself. And as I'm taking care of myself, right, I'm gaining the confidence needed to continue that. I'm watching you, the same girl that told me I wasn't shit. I'm watching you have all these little 2 or 3 babies by dudes I know who ain't shit. You know they ain't shit. Now here they are. You played out. Now you looking at me like I'm at 2023, 24 car. No, you can't even get in me. You can't afford me. And this is what the brothers are coming to. And the women, they don't see it coming. They not building these fancy new apartments in y'all cities for y'all. Y'all ain't gonna be able to afford it because y'all still making the same $37,000 average that it was back in 2000. Y'all still spending the most money out of any race of people to look good for each other. We want y'all to be, and y'all say basic, but we like you in your natural state. Mm-hmm. But again, as long as the puppet master say, buy this, y'all gonna buy it. Don't listen to him. Y'all in spaces now, yes, that grandmama couldn't go to, but grandmama understood she's not meant to be in those spaces. Because if y'all think y'all gonna be running the show, no. Y'all go, and this is my last thing. A white man will, again, take a sister, but you're gonna be the finest of the sisters. You're gonna be the most feminine. You're gonna be the most fit and submissive. And if you're a big girl, you better pay like you weigh, because you're gonna be paying. And a brother just wants you to work with him, go 50-50 with him on the damn bills. Let's get these kids out of the 3rd grade so they can go on and be successful. The Olympics is coming up. Get y'all kids outside, get their overweight asses into the Olympics. Do something different. Don't keep doing the same thing. Other than that, all y'all boys gonna be like that, wearing your high heels, wearing your brassieres, and telling you
ain't there fingernails and shit like that, man.
No, we gotta change it.
I rebuke that in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, just you got three boys, you got three sons.
You know what's interesting?
Thank God for Grandpa.
We touched on a lot of things tonight, and the subject was the black woman. And to Precious' point, we do find a lot of
false
good. No, we do find a lot of good in black women.
Okay.
But the reason we do say it, but the reason why I think it feels like we don't is because there are more critical things that are necessary. We need to learn how to teach our black women to take criticism constructively and not destructively. And I think that right now, because of society, and you touched on one layer of it, Precious, when you said, when you said social media and all that it's feeding into us, but that's just a layer of it. You guys are feeding, and before social media was feeding it to each other.
Oh, he went out.
No. Sean, we can't hear you.
Yeah, he's buffering, I think.
All right.
But I don't know. I mean, this is a good title, though, Precious. I do hear where you're coming from, but I see it seems like this turned into like we're getting on the ladies. It's just that there's no separation. When I was younger, right, the women separated themselves from the ladies. I mean, they could have been friends, but the way they acted, they separated themselves from the chicks that everybody knew was open and free, and from the ones who were a little bit more concerned about their virtue. And it wasn't that hard to see. It wasn't that hard to figure out. So that's why I can't tell the guys today how to date, because that separation is not there, except on a personal level. Like some people might know you, but just in the diaspora, and since we're in a social media age, and people stop dating face to face. And I think if we went back to that, you could start seeing the more authentic women and men, because now I have to approach you and I have to come right. And you have to come right. So we could figure those things out a little quicker, and not by what you say, catfishing each other by putting our best foot forward on a damn dating app. I never had a date app. So I don't even know. I mean, I know how they work now. It gives us real data about how women pick and how men pick. Because that data is real, right? The women pick the top guys, and then the dudes be picking every picture they can, just in case so they can get a date. But the women are up here. They ignore 80% of the dudes in those dating apps. So
I mean, you just said they there so they can get a piece of ass. I mean,
no, I'm saying, but the dating apps, the guys in the dating apps, some of those guys are looking for love. They're looking for what? They just get ignored. The top dudes, they know if all the women. So what?
Get lumped in. I said maybe they're getting lumped in, just like there are women out there who want marriage that get lumped in with all the
women out there. But see the difference, though, Precious. The women who say they want marriage are still picking the top 20% of the guys.
But what's hard is like we've seen it even on Pop the Balloon last week. It's like Trey said, they only want to get with a cute guy, and the unattractive men, they're being overlooked. But they're just as qualified. They're good husbands. They got good jobs too. They're engineers. The young black man, Tavarius, that was his name, and he was dark. His pants didn't fit too good, but what he said out of his mouth, he was like, "Well, I'm an author." He said, I'm 29. I started a company when I was 21. I'm traveling with PBS.
showing my digital animation, how teaching Black boys that dads care about them and how to emotionally regulate themselves. I was like, them guys good. Wow, he's doing so many poses. Everybody popped the balloon before he even said all that.
Right, before he opened his mouth.
And it's bad, and that's in real time. So it's like the women are ruthless. I don't get it, and I'm just like, man, this is bad.
That show is better than we give it credit for, because there's a lot of content there, and everybody, even some of the bigger content creators, all of those people are using snapshots of that show because you could prove a lot of points on how interactions go between men and women. And how one woman, or even it happens to men too. I saw one where men just started popping the balloon because another man did it. But it happens mostly with the ladies. Where the guys, when one lady pops a balloon for whatever reason, other women might pop, and they never want to be the last one with a balloon.
They be looking.
Never want to be the last one with a balloon. So I it's just so much stuff you could do on these damn shows.
And they get mad when German people talk about they do it better, right?
That show is a social experiment that is done in psychology and has been done in psychology.
That's on to something. She was on.
But what do we see? We see young women who should be in the prime of their life looking for that good guy, but they saying the hell with that. If you come up there with a lot of that fake jewelry, talking about, I'm got all this, they going. But the guy that's saying I'm taking care of my responsibilities, he ain't good enough. But we see, based off the numbers, 80% of our young children are born from a single parent. They living with a single parent.
There's another thing on that show is that all the rank and file men on there, a lot of the ladies already have kids, but there's been several guys who said they don't care about that.
Yeah. And they still don't want those guys either, because they not because a guy. And this is the thing. This is where women, unfortunately, I love the sisters. I used to think there's nothing better than a sister. That's how I ain't want. No. I still think it. No, listen, I still think it, but I don't qualify for what's in the streets anymore. I don't qualify. And if I was in the streets, y'all would be catching hell from me. Y'all would be paying like y'all win. But I digress from that. I'm happily married and I can't do that shit. But the problem is, women, they have the opportunities to get with the guy who's willing to negotiate and work with them.
Right.
But they tell him in his face, you ain't good enough. We don't want that. And that's the problem. Guys, and this is what social media is really tearing us apart. Guys that's coming up, they looking at this. They seeing this. The women that's in my age group are telling me, the hell with you. You ain't good enough. And then when I look down at I joke a lot, but it's like, you telling me I ain't good enough, but I look down at your shoes and your damn toes is on the floor.
That was a funny.
Make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? But Precious, I'll say this. It's gonna take women like yourself and Wife School to talk to these younger women and give them the truth about what is needed for them to be in a position of where they can have that guy that's making the money that they looking for, because they looking for money. But they're gonna have to have some qualities. I like to ask all the women, if you're in the chat, can your ass sew a button on a shirt? Can you sew the hole in your sock? Do you have teenagers and you teach them how to do all of that stuff? Make their bed? Is your son or daughter's room funky and smell like feet and dirty and old candy wrappers and shit? Or is that room clean? Because if not, you're not an engaged person anyway. And I wouldn't recommend nobody going and laying in that bed, because that shit is crummy as hell. So I digress.
You touched on a few things. Go ahead, Precious. I'm sorry.
Oh, all I was going to say is only Jesus saves. I have the platform, we have the conversations, but I'm not going out of my way to teach.
Yeah, I don't see Precious out there. I'll be in the battlefield, like.
Yeah, no, you won't see me. Because at the end of the day, women need to take accountability for themselves. you know how many women, you know how many people are talking to women and trying to, you know, get them on the straight and narrow. Women have to hurt hard enough. Women have to bump their head to the point where they bleeding and gushing out and saying, I ain't never gonna do that again. I'm not gonna waste my time to go out of my way to teach a woman how to be a woman when she knows women know certain things, and instead of turning the other way, or instead of saying I need to do something different, they continue to do the same thing until they get burnt bad enough. So what I say to those young women is you haven't been burnt bad enough, because when you get burnt bad enough, you're going to want to change your ways. There's not enough podcasts, not enough hours, not enough posts, not enough remix posts that we can put out there to actually teach a young woman these things. She has to hurt bad enough. She has to get burnt. And unfortunately, it's the hard head makes a soft ass quote.
Yeah.
That's what it's gonna take. I don't necessarily think it's us talking to the young women and teaching them the error of their ways, because they see it enough on social media. They see it enough on social media to know what is right, what is wrong, what's going to get you in the wrong, lead you down the wrong road. They know those things. They know those.
In fairness, Precious, in fairness to what you're saying, I agree. But we do need you to not give up. We do need you to be, because women. No. But what I'm saying is, what you just described is what we're trying to prevent. We're trying to prevent you having to go through harsh circumstances to learn. We're trying to prevent you having to sabotage yourself, because what that creates is a hardened heart. And that hardened heart is a lot less harder, because we're talking about these young girls. You need to talk to these old women too, because they have hardened hearts. And their hardened hearts is what they're releasing and relinquishing and projecting onto these young women. And now these young women have hardened hearts. And so we got to really dig in and be that community, and that community can't give up on each other. And so while I'm not trying to say you're responsible for it, because I think we all need to put in our efforts, we got to start with telling these women stop lying to each other. That was one of the themes that was resonated in this conversation, in this panel this evening pretty often. Stop lying to yourself. Identify and recognize what a lie is, because you say lying is part of the game, which it is, but we play in the game. That's why, months ago we had the big debate, and I'm like, yo, let's stop playing games, because these games that we're advocating and condoning to play is what is result.
Where are you at, Kalamazoo?
Yeah.
All right. Sean,
I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah. I had a phone call, but no, that's just we got to just stop lying, and that goes for men and women. We're emphasizing women because the gender, y'all are really have a lot of power, and y'all relinquish it too easily, and then y'all complain about being powerless.
As I said before, only Jesus saves.
But that's not true, Precious. That's a cliche. Jesus saves.
If your parents can't get you on a straight and narrow, what I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do with you?
Well,
Awareness.
We listen to the same pastor, Precious, and but he saves. You can save, I can save. Let's not go into only Jesus save, because then it becomes start embracing that. That's part of what we gotta. I know you're not saying that.
Who do you save? Who do I save? Who does?
Plenty of women who listen to you. You save. Plenty of people who you save. Some brothers who sit there and give you the grace of saying thank you, Precious, for being precious. You save. So I don't want you to maybe you don't understand it, and that's why when we call you precious and we say how precious you are, you don't embrace it as much. But yes, you say by being you. You say by sharing these things, and you gotta understand that. Otherwise, you're projecting that you don't, and then it lends to where we are right now.
Oh, so because of me, we where we at right now.
It's your fault, precious. That's what we've been getting at.
Your fault, but we're wigs.
All right.
You know what? So it's just, it's so funny though, because I know Trey Ferg talks about the crack era, but if you do a chronology of things that happened since, let's just take since 1960 and all the watershed moments that happened, it's not really that hard to trace how we got to where we are now.
Mm.
And that the fix that was in to program us over the decades to be to where we are, not just Black people, but as Americans, you could actually start seeing it, and the reason why women get a brunt of a lot of stuff, because when we talk about sexuality, it doesn't happen without the application of what women want to do. And so at the same time, and the reason why we know that's true is because when a woman is taken sexually against her will, the laws are pretty strict against that. But those laws are the same rules that should apply in the bedroom, no matter how much, because I have a little equation. I'll be real quick. The sexual marketplace is equal to the promiscuity of women times the men constantly wanting sex. The lower the promiscuity in the area for women, the more calm the marketplace is, because the demand for a good woman is high. Because if you just look at men being a constant sexual being, which we are, forget about the discipline and all that. That discernment on both sides matters. When women the libido is up, the men's libido is going to follow. If the women's expectations from a man to get laid is up, the men are gonna have to elevate to get it. But when it's low and the men don't have to do anything for it, they're gonna meet you right there too. And that's just the way it is. Women have the power, like I said before, women have more power in that place. And some understand it and they know how to use it. Some understand it and they know how to misuse it. And some don't understand it at all and they get taken advantage by it. Right. So I'm just saying, because it's hard to admit, for men to even admit it, because there's a lot of men out there saying, I'm a man, I'm in charge. But even the guy who thinks he's a Casanova can't just walk up and get laid anytime he wants with any woman he wants. But just with women in general. You can't do it because men just don't have it like that. A lot of women have this misconception that men get sex at will. We don't. However, the average woman who wants to get laid and she doesn't care who's laying her, she don't have no shortage of takers. So it's not a flex for a woman to get sex. That's why men get champion if they get a lot of it, because it's work. But for a woman, you can't. It's not a flex. You can give it to anybody you want to. Because most men are, let's get it on, baby. And so I'm just saying that's just the dynamics between the two of us. There's no right or wrong with that. It's just the way it is. And so women have the control over the temperature in the sexual marketplace. They just do. Men are gonna play in the marketplace any way you want us to play.
Mm.
It's as simple as that. So that means that's just part of it. This whole thing about protecting women and all that. I mean, it's all connected. Men protect the women they love. I mean, regular men, most of us, right? But if you're asking me to just protect you just because you're a woman, some men will. So a lot of them end up dead or hurt, and they forget about their families, especially in this day and age when everybody's strapped. But we have to put some real meaningful things against that equation, not just some white man telling a joke. No, some white comedian telling a joke. I don't think we could extrapolate this into this big thing we're trying to do.
Do you think other cultures let
Ryan Clark to the world
their women? Do you hear other cultures allowing other people that are not of their culture talk about their women?
Yeah, comedians, yeah. And everybody, they find the gays try to come after Dave Chappelle. He didn't stop. But before, so the cowardly guys.
I mean, like white women. Do you think that a white man would allow a black woman or man to speak to a white woman?
I mean, black comedians talk about white people and women all the time.
Comedians, outside of comedians, because comedians obviously they can talk about anything as long as it's funny.
But we're talking about a comedian here. You guys are making this a big.
Well, no, it's not just that he's a comedian. It's that he is a white man speaking on the characteristics of.
So black men who are comedians talk about white women too.
Right, but I'm saying, okay, again, outside of being a comedian, because if you're a comedian,
so this guy's outside of being a comedian. How? But you're not comparing. This guy was a comedian. You're trying to change the rules for him.
No, I'm asking a question. You brought being a comedian into it. I'm saying, do other cultures allow and take the comedian piece out of it?
Okay, so we're not talking about this situation. We're not talking about this in general. Okay.
Do other cultures allow people who are not of their culture to speak ill of their culture?
Yeah.
No, hold on for a second.
You can't take the comedian out of it.
Wait a minute. Wait, stop. If you're taking comedians out of it, let's take comedians.
But we can't.
Let me answer.
Because that's the sensitivity. But the whole thing is, that's he wasn't talking. He was being
white men,
and that's something that black comedians go into other cultures and talk about Italians.
Let's take the comedian out of it. She said take the comedian out of it.
So
the
point
really
we can't
is
take
that
out of it.
Nobody cancels people any more than black people.
If he wasn't a comedian, then we will be taking it a lot more seriously. We will be defending it a lot. What was that?
No, I'm listening. I'm reacting to what you said. I said, oh, so if he wasn't a comedian, it would be more serious than what it is.
Yeah, because right now he's sounding like to us, he's sounding like a pandering man who's whining because he didn't. If we was in a comedy store, which is his panel and his platform, and he was the one sitting there, he ruins the whole night for everybody.
Okay, so like I said, if you take the comedian out of it.
If you take the comedian out of it, here's some elements that we're overlooking. One, they're not Americans. That was very clear from the way he was addressing them. So those two men that was talking aren't the suitable people to sit here and try and talk about it. Now us, yes, if it wasn't a comedian that was talking, we would check that. We said that. We share, we try to, we protect those who are honorable. But everybody, just because you're a black woman doesn't make you honorable. And we often forget that. Just because you're a black mother doesn't make you honorable.
The answer is that everybody.
Just because you have the title of mother
somebody else.
You deserve some type of.
Everybody checks somebody else pressure.
And society
if it's not a comedian situation,
and social media is projecting it as well. And what we're saying is that those who deserve it, we love to give it, we love to praise it, we love to embrace it. But there's a lot of people who are feeling entitled because they have these titles, and it's destroying us right now. Because we're lying about it. We're lying and acting like they're prestigious when they're not. They have work to do.
Precious, what was your question again?
Do other cultures allow people who are not of that culture to speak?
No, they do not.
And we don't either, though.
And it doesn't matter. But the thing is, I worked with people. I worked with a Latino woman, right?
Cancel culture.
Sean. You already gave your answer. Now, I worked with a Latino woman,
We'll
right?
say, if we're going to get down to it, let's say the Nation of Islam versus
Sean, let her answer the question.
The religion of Zionist Jews.
I don't think you can hear anybody.
Hey, White School Podcast. I just muted them.
I worked with the Latino culture, and when I used to work at the hospital, so they had put me with this Latino girl, and I said, okay, cool, but our section is like the most work, right? So I'm telling her, and I'm over here, so I don't have to train her and show her what to do. I said, listen here, we gotta do this, we gotta do this, we gotta do this. And so I was very direct, and this is what we have to do. I'm not holding your hand. You kind of already know what the job is. So she took that as, oh, she's being harsh with me. Oh, she's being direct, whatever. So she went to her man, not her man, but the man in their culture, and says, complaining about me and my actions. So he came over and checked me on her behalf. So they do.
Well, we do too, though. That's
they don't have nothing to do with it.
But time out.
Nobody cancels anybody more than black people. Well, are you kidding me?
She just acts as other people protect their women in their culture.
But in reference to whether black people do it.
Even though I wasn't doing anything wrong, it's just her interpretation.
In general, we check people too.
Let's compartmentalize this. Let's compartmentalize this. On the job, it's a whole different atmosphere. When people are, listen, this is no lie. Last week, I was in Best Buy. 73-year-old white man came up to me. Didn't know him. I guess people like to approach me. That's what they do. Because I'm handsome like that, just in case y'all didn't know. But I'm in the Best Buy, right? White guy. We just start talking. He's telling me he's a widow. Blah, 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 his wife passed. So he wants to go on a dating app, right? Now, first thing comes out of his mouth is the conversations we having on YouTube. Not this one, but this been all over. He said he saw a young lady, thought she was look nice. He said he hit her up. First thing she does is come back with her list. I need a man that's going to run down the same list that we seem to have now, that they want a man to have all of these things. He responded back, what do you bring to the table? He said he never heard from her again. First thing he started saying, he started cursing, these damn women today, and he said white women specifically, they fucking crazy. What the hell they think they doing out here? They trying to come with all these demands and they not doing anything. I said, man, you know, we having the same conversations over in our community too. Now on the job, you're going to get a different response. It's different, but you catch some white dudes at the bar drinking, they gonna let you, they gonna let the white women have it. It's just that they're not coming to, it's like they don't get, YouTube is now coast to coast. It's people in California, everybody's coast to coast real time, and that's the problem. Because the
problem, just the way it is.
But what I'm saying is, I can talk about women in New York and everybody in California here at the same time. And this is where we are. Everything that with the sister, unfortunately, again, ladies, y'all self-inflict yourself with your own wounds. Y'all put your own wounds on yourself. There's no reason for you to cheerlead that you don't need a man. The first time your plumbing get backed up, you calling a man. Mm-hmm. You need men. Yeah. You don't need a man, but you got 3 baby daddies. You needed a man. Stop saying that, because once a man hears that, and we still listen, by nature, we still want to clap cheeks. We already know how long you're gonna be in our rotation. We already know. You put yourselves in those positions. Do not say that, because your daughters hear that shit too. YouTube videos are gonna live forever. Just like Freaknik, when they start running these tapes back, they're gonna start hearing these people talk crazy, and it's gonna be over. So I don't know. Salute to all the single people.
every
I feel
group,
sorry for
every
him.
group, hey, Trey,
Did I
man, every
answer
group,
anything, Precious, or anything? Was that right or wrong? I'm not even sure.
Did you get in trouble?
Yeah, for nothing.
Boy, you got in trouble because she was Hispanic, or you got in trouble? I mean,
I got in trouble because she is doing the same job. I'm doing the same job. I'm just telling her the way we have to do it over here is different because our work is not a priority like where she was before. But we have a large amount of work, so we have to move just a certain way, and that's it. So I had to get in. We got so much work, I can't hold your hand, but how they are in their culture is they are very like, oh, help me, mijo, can you get this me? Like, that's how they work. I said, well, I have to do my work. I can't do that for you. I'm not a dude. So that's what she's used to. So the fact that I was just being direct, like, hey, we got to do this, she took it as a attackish. So she went to her man, not anybody else, like her Spanish guy, to get the sympathy. And then he came over to me and said, well, she felt like you were saying this and saying that. I said, I'm not saying anything different. I said, we do this work every night, repetitively, 365. So it's nothing new. But she took it that way. But I was saying, like, her man came to her defense because
wait.
Always refer them to the supervisor. That's it.
Huh?
Always refer them to the supervisor.
We kind of narrowing the.
But you know what? That's how they did it. It was their
We're narrowing the scope.
We're
narrowing the scope of the conversation, though. If somebody says something wrong to a black woman, they cancel people all the time.
I'm just saying, I see people in their culture that speak up if you offend their women. They're going to step up and talk.
And guess what?
People all the time.
And guess
all
what?
the time. And listen, those two guys were those two guys came out the day after kissing the damn ground the black women stood on. They got their ass reamed out and they cowered down and said, oh shit, we're sorry for letting the white man say anything about y'all. Those two guys were all over social media apologizing to blackness out there. So I mean, it's you get this guy Ryan Clark comes on and puts his old bullshit soliloquy out there for black women. So you guys do get protected, right? He panned it like hell. But my thing is, so I don't think black women get treated.
I'm not saying that black women are not getting protected. I'm just saying how I see it in other cultures.
I'm answering the question. The Spanish people don't take care of their women any more than anybody else. Black women, the only people who get checked more is when you talk about the little hats. And then black women come second.
Take care of their men.
And just FYI, two things.
Anybody take care of it. It's definitely a Spanish woman.
Wait. First off, when the Spanish man comes to you and step to you, we step into the Spanish man, and y'all know that. So stop it.
Wait, what?
If a Spanish man steps to our sister, like you just described, and we was at your job, we will talk to that Spanish man.
No, they wouldn't.
I don't know about that.
Because it's a job situation. But the thing is, I had to work in that environment because the dominant power there was Latino, and even for the blacks.
My point being, if I was a black man at your job, I would have stepped to him when you would have said, "Yo, what's up?" I would have been like, "Yo, why are you talking out like that?"
That would be very nice. But that wasn't my case. I had to fight a lot, but I just made it work
but listen, now point two.
Mm-hmm.
When I just said that, what did you do? Nah, you shouldn't do it. Wait. Now you're discouraging your protection.
How?
Because you're like, let me answer this. Because you're like, nah, that will cause turmoil at the job, and so basically, I'm like, yo, I would be the one standing up, and I've been at jobs where I will go talk to a person who is sitting there and be the fair person whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
That's not a good representation of the question, though. It's not.
Well, at least it happens in real time in real life. You know what I'm saying?
The job situation is not what we're really talking about because it's all anecdotal for you.
That's where we spend most of our lives, 8 hours.
Listen, but it's not a good example. It's just it's when something goes out publicly against Black women, they can get people canceled all over the place. Black women get based on his own shit. They mostly got Diddy canceled. Now they're working on Jay-Z and everybody else. I mean, people do protect Black women in the social space. But you can't argue that.
Payne, the argument becomes it's not Black men, it's Black women protecting Black women.
It's the people in power, though. It's the people in power. And it's not just right. We just saw a Black man. We just saw a Black man on the damn goddamn video she played. What are you talking about?
Again, what I'm saying is
Clark just spent his time in front of a bunch of other Black men who shut up and let him take 10 minutes to say the shit that he said. He's a Black man.
Again, Ryan Clark did not cancel.
He's a Black man.
Okay, and he is a Black man.
He came out.
Wait.
He came out in protection of the Black system.
Payne, you gotta let somebody talk, bro.
Oh, thank you. You're so funny.
Stop that boomer.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. You don't let nobody. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, see what you're gonna say.
No, but what I was trying to say is that you're right, but a lot of the Black men, us included, see him as a pandering man. We don't see him as protecting a Black woman. We see him as sitting there being sensitive, pandering, and all other types of things. So that is not really a representation of protection.
That's not really true because there was enough men who agreed with him. There's an awful lot of men who agree with what he said, though. An awful lot of Black men who did.
There's an awful lot of men who pander and who simp. So what are you saying?
Well, we're in violent agreement. Most men in general pander and simp to women.
So you're saying that people just don't genuinely just love women?
Like, I didn't say that.
I love men. I'm not gonna pander to them, but my natural affection is like, oh my God, you're so amazing. If I see somebody with muscle or he's handsome, oh look at that guy. Well, I'll compliment you. Like I just love men. That doesn't mean I'm a pander. I love them. Like
women want love from men the way they want it, not the way we want to give it.
I'm a pick me. All right, just. All right, Precious, I'm a pick me.
That's why the panderers make so much money. That's why the panderers make so much money. Because y'all like what they have to say.
I'm a pick me then.
So that's why a guy like Kevin Samuels had people celebrating when he died. And he was the one who had so much statistics on telling the truth, not just what he said, what the lady said himself. He had so many women come up and say, no matter what the demographic was, you could plot a graph on the answers. But women danced on his grave. Black women in particular danced on his grave.
And on a side note, Precious, I want us to protect y'all. And as soon as I was having technical difficulty, you muted me.
I muted you because people can't hear two people talking at once.
Well, the thing was, I couldn't hear.
I knew he couldn't hear. I think he could hear.
I know, so I muted you to a time where
it's your technology.
And if that was the case, you could have muted her, but you muted me.
Because we were tired of hearing you speak.
3G connection. But right, Trey's right. We do shoot ourselves in the foot. Like it's good to be zealous, but being overzealous in certain things is just bad. Like you're stepping out of your position, your place, your femininity, and now you're stepping into that shaky category of being kind of displaying masculine traits, like you're being combative. So we do have to have that balance, you know, and like we just hear these conversations every day, but it's like I learned in marketing that you have to a person, a consumer has to see something at least 10 to 14 times before they actually buy it. So it's like maybe the next post that you put up will change somebody's life. Maybe 10 shows that you do, it will start to generate. You know, we have to gain the momentum. We can't stop the momentum. That's the thing. We stop so many times that we don't have any momentum. We don't have nothing to show for in mass as people, but just the you know, the gaps that we have and the discrepancies that we have, and it just shows. So yeah, we can't shoot ourselves in the foot. We have to let our men be our men, and that hearing them, that's just how men talk. It's not toxic masculinity. That's just how a man talk. Go sit in the barbershop with your sons, and that's how they talk. And sometimes they do quiet down because they have a lady in the presence, but that's how men talk, you know. We just gotta learn their language, you know, and not sex, like take that all off the table and really start listening to men, listening to their concerns and their needs and wants, you know, and maybe they'll find a safe place to like confide in you. But I don't know about that, because, you know, don't do that, fellas.
That's true.
Yeah. But the woman has to prove herself, you know. You got to do the work.
Women have to prove themselves too, though, white school.
Yeah, exactly. That's how they got to prove themselves. Carl, you know, Coach Ferg, he always says you got to qualify. You got to qualify. We qualify for everything else. We qualify to get our degrees. We qualify to do all this, but we never qualify for the men that love us and the men that want us, you know, and the things that really matter at the end of the day. Because when that degree goes away, like who's going to be there to really be there for you when you're geriatric and you can't get upstairs, or you need somebody to help you get your medication or stuff like that? That's what really gets you through life. You know, and doing it by yourself and leveraging your children to take care of you is not cool at all. Let them live their life. You're supposed to get with a person, transition with them, and that's it. Leave your legacy, your children, that they all.
So how do we get back to that, though, white school? That's what I'm saying. How do you get back to it? Because me, I'm sitting down here, I'm listening to all of y'all, and me too. And it's really something I would really like for all of y'all to experience, to have somebody that's just for you.
Right.
And you just for them. And
well,
so this is not blaming on women or men. I'm just saying, how do you get back to that? What kind of conversations do you guys need to have to get that? Or do you actually really want it? Because I'm gonna just finish right here, Precious. I think some people on both sides don't understand that you have to, the exclusivity of it is probably scary for people.
But why? So now you got to get to the bottom of that. Why is it so scary? I was going to say, you know, that we have a panel. It was Rick, Coach Ferg, R-Pain, married, right? You guys are married, which means I would think that you would know great quality men. A lot of back in the day, when people wanted to be married and things of that nature, the people that were already married or the people that were already in successful relationships would say, hey, I know this guy. Hey, I know this girl, you know, and she's serious and she's looking for X, Y, and Z. And she, you know, and you're looking for the same thing. Why don't you give her a call? Why don't you, you know, why don't you stick around? You know, that's how
no, I know where you're going with this, but that has never really been. In my day, that wasn't even in my day, that wasn't a culture that was practiced in American culture. It wasn't practiced that way. At least not up in the North. You know what I'm saying?
It was in some capacity. It was in some capacity because think about it. In the social gatherings, that's okay, R-Pain, I know about this little party, right?
Right.
And I know white school, right? Me and her started vibing, right? I'm like, hey man, you know, I'm going to this little party, man. Listen, man, she got this friend, man. Listen, I want you to come with me, man. And y'all might hit it off with me in white school.
I hear that part of it. I understand from our level, but that's not the same thing as a parent doing that for you.
Ain't nothing better than the parent. Ain't nothing. But
what I'm saying is that's not the way our culture. That's not a pure American culture thing. doing arranged marriages.
No, not
No,
arranged.
no.
It's more so I know somebody,
that's
you
just-
know somebody. It's not necessarily.
But that's still not part of the. That's still not part of the culture. It's just I
Right.
don't.
It should be though. It should
Yeah,
be.
yeah,
I'm married. I know how to vet.
I agree with you there.
So-
Because I agree with you. I agree. It should be, but I'm just saying where it was. I met my wife in organically. I wanted to get married organically. My parents and nobody pushed me to do that.
But I
I
think what
just
you're
thought it
saying
was
is,
something. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Well, Trey, maybe your situation was different. Nobody in my family said, "Okay, now this is your. Now you're out on your own. Find yourself a wife." That's just something I wanted to do.
but I think what she's saying is this: you a stand-up guy, right? I would assume that you hang around stand-up guys.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Wait a minute. Wait. I'm trying to
Go
speak
ahead.
to what Precious is saying.
Okay.
You're a stand-up guy. All your friends are stand-up guys.
Right.
You may know Precious through family interactions, through work or whatever, right? She's asking you, hey, I'm looking to date, whatever. Do you know of any good guys that
I understand what you're saying. That just hasn't really been the culture of because that's the beginning of arrangement.
Right, but why wouldn't it be something that
I don't know why. I don't know why.
think-
Now there's something we could do. Maybe it's too late. I don't know.
Why is that not? It's almost like, you know, y'all know how to do it, but you don't know how to teach it on how to, or introduce it to someone on how to get it done. And that honestly is a baby boomer thing. It's almost like, well, we did it, y'all figure it out.
Yeah. I'll take the hint for that. But my point really is that
say,
it wasn't just a baby.
I know what y'all doing, but did y'all really give us the tools, or are y'all saying this is?
Nobody gave me the tools either, though. My grandparents
that's the thing.
gave me the tools.
That's
He didn't have no tools. He didn't have no feet, no clothes. Just met her.
I
Near
don't
the
think
tree.
that's a problem. I don't think nobody anticipated. No, but Precious, nobody anticipated that the dating market would be so polarized as it is now.
No matter what the dating market is, even if nobody gave you the tools, that should have been enough fuel for you to say, since nobody did it for me, I'm gonna make
I hear
sure
you. We could have would have cut ourselves to death, though. I hear you, Precious.
be as me. Because
No.
it's only going to continue, right? It's only what wasn't given to you is only going to continue on what's not given to the children that you bear. So that can't be an excuse. Oh, well, nobody gave it to me.
It's not an excuse.
You know
It's just the way it was.
Right.
It's just the way it is.
Once you have your children, does it stay that way?
Listen, the point really is that before this big divide, people got together organically. Right in the United States, there were people who knew people. Like I knew a lot of people, but when I was in college, right, and I met all these guys that had some frat brothers and stuff like that, I wasn't thinking that when this guy gets married, I'm gonna keep tabs of him because if he has some sons, I may have some daughters. We're gonna get together, right? Until I got a real close friend. His kids are they're kind of mismatched with the age of my daughters because we did talk about that, by the way. Okay. But that is not the way we mate with each other. And nobody anticipated that the dating pool and the polarization between men and women would be the way it is now. I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I even came on here saying I wish I would have done that. But if I was from a Jamaican culture or African culture, that would have been part of my persona. If I have kids, I'm gonna be looking actively for families I could hook my kids up with. That wasn't the American way.
You sure? Because I mean, you talk about, or people do this in business all the time. It's about who you know.
No,
so
we ain't talking about who you're gonna marry. Did you got some women lined up for your sons?
I got some little nice girls in my church, and then I asked him, does he have his eye on anybody? I keep the conversation
what I'm just trying to say is, but now we're talking about it. Now we're talking about it, so I can understand where you're coming from, Precious. Mm-hmm. If I would have known, if I would have came on YouTube streets maybe 10, 15 years ago, I would have done just what you said.
But why is it too late though? My thing is,
well, it's not too late. It's actually not too late. But it's one of those kind of things. I know a couple of arranged marriages, but the people knew each other when they were kids. They didn't stay together. I know this Jamaican guy, just maybe almost 20 years ago now. His father and his father's best friend got together. He went from New Jersey down to Atlanta. That's where they lived. And he met got reintroduced to the friend's daughter of around the same age. They hit it off. They eventually got married. They got 2 sons. I know a guy who's an Egyptian. He went back home to Egypt and came back with a wife. That he didn't, but he knew her when they were little kids. But his parents and their parents arranged that, and they're still married today. All I'm saying is, I just didn't think of it. I just didn't think of making it a priority in my life because I didn't know how nasty the pool was. I figured my daughters, since they were my kids, they're going to meet somebody they're going to want to marry. Right? One of my oldest daughters, she went into a relationship. They had the dinner. The guy just got a job. He went to the Navy and got stationed in Spain. It wasn't going to work out. She wasn't willing to go with him. So my youngest daughter, she ain't thinking about no guys right now. Shit, she's just doing her thing. But I'm just saying. But you're right. You are right. And if I had it to do all over again, I would have been intentional with having a pool of eligible families that were vetted. And I would suggest that anybody who has children, they should start looking to do that. Right? Because in this dating pool, you guys are absolutely right. That's what's needed. Now, is it too late for my daughters and all them? No, they're not out of them. They're not so old that they're out of the market. But those kind of things you want to put feelers out when the kids are still young and impressionable.
Well, and Precious, although I'm not married, to answer your question, finding good guys, the reason why it's not done is because I don't really find that many good guys that are available. And so that's one. 2, because usually my good guys, they're in relationships, they're married, whatever. And the rest of my guys, they just want to smack. But I know, like what I know, so I can't sit there and I wouldn't want to be involved in that. But 2, the other part is that people just don't trust each other. So they don't trust that that person is going to live up to the qualifications or the demands that you are, or the expectations, that you're extending about them. If they don't, you're the one in the middle of the circumstance. Now they're looking at you disappointed because you recommended this person that didn't live up to the expectation. And it might not have nothing to do with the person. It could just be the expectation in itself. But the point is, a lot of people don't trust to get in that situation because they don't want to be in the middle of a disastrous outcome.
Well, I mean, they should. I don't know. I think
you should go in with low expectations anyway, but at least she's getting one step closer of not being in the house on the couch.
So again, you should go in what kind of expectations?
Low expectations, like not building this guy up like, oh my God, Sean's guy is gonna be like over the moon. You still got to you don't know the person, so you can't.
Right. And whoever introduces them shouldn't hold the weight of if they succeed or not. I mean,
that's a chauvinism. I don't know if I would think about it. If I found a good candidate, I'd say, hey, listen, meet this guy. If y'all hit it off, great. Great. You're on your own. But I mean, that's a good point. I've said that on these panels before. I wish I was thinking that way because a lot of stuff you do based, just like we pass down generational curses and stuff, or generational things that you learn. You know, sometimes it's hard for me to. I remember Kenny when he was up here. I told him I knew what I wanted to do. He said a lot of guys don't know what they want to do. I said I knew what I wanted to do when I was 18. But I just do. I wanted to go to college and I wanted to, get a job. And when it was time for me to find a wife, that's what I wanted to do. But nobody, I don't know why that was my focus.
All right, guys, we're gonna get out of here soon. Final thoughts.
President 48. President 48. Look at that. President 48. That's not the next one.
Wife School Podcast. We'll start with you. We'll make our way over to Sean, Coach Ferg, and then our Payne, and we're gonna get out of here.
Okay.
Precious at it though.
I wasn't here for the whole show, guys, but thank you, Precious, for having me on, and everybody. The Black woman experience is something, I tell you. We're very precious, and we've been taken advantage of for a very long time, and that system has worked so well against us, unfortunately. But I mean, you can combat it, you can come out of it, you can empower yourself to be what God intended you to be, not what society and these these corporations intended to extract you to be, to use you for. But you have the potential to be so much greater, a wife, mother, somebody that's inspirational, somebody that's very supportive and family oriented. And don't let society overshadow that, and make you feel that slavery, that is demeaning. No, it's very beautiful. And a lot of men are looking for that, seeking for it. And you can get blinded and let good opportunities pass you by. And then when you look up, then you're looking for that love and support and companionship. But don't waste any more time. Start today. And so that you can become those feminine women to get the protection that you need. Because that we are women, we do need protection. We need protection for ourselves and for our children and for the generations to come. It all starts with us, and we can change that starting today. Love you.
I agree. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming on the platform, Wife School Podcast. You're welcome anytime. Sean, final thoughts?
Yes. Thank you for having me. Thank you for dealing with my technical difficulties. Thank you for muting me when it was necessary. And protect the Black man. No, seriously. The Black woman experience. Black women, you are the most valuable, powerful beings on this earth. Unfortunately, you don't know it. Unfortunately, you don't exercise it. And the power that you do have, you relinquish it often. You relinquish it for your wants, you relinquish it to validate your low self-esteem, you relinquish it to take care of and basically get what you might want. I challenge you to focus more on what you need, focus more on those powers that I just described, specifically intentionally covering your cookies, and more importantly, intentionally covering your emotional regulation. If you can control your emotions instead of allowing your emotions to control you, you will be able to embody the power that you so often want to have be a reflection of your existence and your essence. Now, with that said, it starts with stop lying to yourself and others. 2, learn how to accept constructive criticism. 3, learn how to be more or less unruly to get what you want. 4, stop being so selfish. And 5, harbor your pain, your hurt. Get therapy, release it, do whatever's necessary. Find a man who can help you through it, who you can trust with your vulnerability. Don't relinquish your power, but share your power. Understand that your power is powerless without combining it with the essence of your being, which is what we're talking about, the protection. If you want protection, you have to be able to take direction. Otherwise, there will be no correction. And I leave it there. I thank you for, again, another panel, another great discussion. I love even when I'm, when our pain is being painful. You know, I was going to shoot at you. But I'm just really thankful that we're passionate and we're able to have these discussions, and the points that are being
Tender mercies.
Day after
Good
day.
night. That's the Lord saying, "Shut up, Sean." That's the Lord saying, "Shut up, Sean." Thank you, Lord.
Buenas
All right.
noches.
Bye-bye, y'all.
Thanks, Sean. Coach Berg, final thoughts.
I mean, just based on the topic, listen, sisters, we know y'all have a crazy experience in today's modern society as we know it. However, we have to look at ourselves in the mirror regardless and decide that we want different and put the work in to be better. It's just what life is about. None of us are born with a silver spoon, but it's up to us to, I guess, determine the trajectory of our life. If we have children, I'm always saying invest in those young men and young women, because they need some guidance. We see what's going on, and we all want somebody to protect us. I need my wife to protect me when she go out into the world, just like I'm going to protect her when I'm out into the world. She has to make it back home to me. That's her protection to me. My protection is the insurance she has everything that she needs. So, you know, we just in a gray area. I hope, you know, it's going to be a lot of things going on in the next 4 years. So if you want to change your life, you really have to look yourself in the mirror and say, this is something that I need to do, not just for me, but for the future. If not, shut the hell up and get out of the damn way, because you holding up progress. Stop your whining, get out your feelings, and I don't know, try to love yourself. That's all I got. Always great discussions, always. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate being able to come up and just speak my little twos and fews. Nothing special, but yeah, it's always good. Salute to you, Precious. Our Pain. I know you gonna boom it to the end, bro. White School. Appreciate you. Keep fighting them, Our Pain. I'm gonna fight with you, man. I'm trying to tell you, we're gonna fight them, man.
Yeah, we'll fight. You know, it's funny. I got a sister, my younger sister. I mean, she's retired now, police officer. We have some great conversations. We get on the phone, and then it doesn't take more than like maybe 10 minutes where we're not screaming at each other and shit, right? Because of where we stand. And then, you know, it's all in love, right? I mean, these conversations we have it's like really crazy. But cause she's like the rest of you black women, she's married and stuff, but she's like y'all, think like y'all. And she gives me the "oh woe is me" on how bad shit is for black women. You know, I always said, you black women are the most coddled women in the whole world. People coddle the hell out of y'all. And the reason why I say that is because nobody can tell y'all anything. Not even black women. You don't listen to, I mean, nobody, it's that whole phrase, nobody, who's going to check me, boo? That's just real. You know, so it's not like nobody protects you. It's just that you want blanket protection for no matter what you do. But no matter what you do, no matter how you come off, no matter who you slighted before, when it's time to pull the lever, stand up and take care of me no matter how I am as a person. And I mean, it just don't work that way. Now, listen, I think that, and this is my crazy theory, of course, back in the old days, before none of us was born, you know, black men really, you know, we should have all been exterminated in slavery time instead of taking what we took. And the women took a lot of brunt of that. But there were some homosexual slave masters too. So some guys were getting busted out there too. So, but maybe we shouldn't be here. Maybe we should just said, hey, listen, if we're gonna live like this, let's just kill everybody or let them get us. So, I mean, delete everybody or delete all of us. But no, we took it. Women took a bad brunt of it, and so did the men. And I think there's still some resentment there, even today. Because I don't see how otherwise, or how the women were so easily swayed to really despise the men, right? Because I don't think the other way is true. Now, there's been some bad men, but I think the overwhelming majority of men will take any woman, any black woman, any way he can get her. You know, I really do. If she wanted to be with him, I think black men will give anything to have a black woman. That's why we still marry black, or when whoever gets married, like, and 70% or more. So I just think that, yeah, black women need to be protected, but I think sometimes you have to earn your protection. You know, so, and I think like what Uncle Rick said is that, you know, the women worth protection are off the market, kind of. And the ones who are not on or off the market have some people they know got their back because they're good women. They understand not to be out there by themselves. That's what I teach my daughters. And they understand, well, you know what? Until they have men, they still lean on me. My oldest daughter calls me up, and I still have to solve some of her issues for her. Not that she's a little girl, but I mean, just to bounce ideas off of perspectives and stuff. And I'm glad she does that.
Yeah.
You know, my youngest is with me, so she's under my protection. But I'm just saying, and I talk to them about this all the time. I said, at some point, you're going to need to have somebody covering you. And right now, at 25 or 30, you might not see it, but at 45 and 50, you're going to feel it. You know, so let me be the person telling you that. So listen, I think black women are loved, but I'm not so sure y'all appreciate it all. I just don't. I really don't. I think, and I think the coddling has to stop. It just has to stop because we're living in the real world. Nobody gets everything they want. Nobody. And nobody's perfect. And in order for us to meet, we gotta meet where understand that there's imperfections on both sides, and we got to stop the delusion. Most men know they're not going to get a 10 to marry. I'm not so sure a lot of women feel that they deserve something better than the average man, even if they're average themselves. And that delusion has to stop. So a lot of good men being passed over. A lot. So anyway, this is a good show, Precious. I don't know if we surprise you without takes every time we come up here, because I know we were pretty hard on the ladies because it's all out of love. All of us, I assume, have black wives. You know, so I've been dealing with a black woman closely for 37 years, 38 really. You know, so she ain't stopped being black, man, and she hasn't stopped being a woman. You know, which is a good thing. You know, so, and then I have 2 daughters. I mean, forget I'm trapped. But anyway, that's it. So thanks, Precious. Thank Wife School for seeing you at Trey for, you know, Coach.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you. From Ricky to Sean. I mean, Sean was on a plane and he was on a train. And like, you know what I mean?
Train automobiles and everything, man. That's funny.
I appreciate the dedication. I always say Sean, he's been rocking with me since I had my podcast on Instagram, the Thirst Trap podcast. So he's me and Sean, I don't know, I kind of consider him like family, because he's just, you know, always been very supportive. I appreciate you guys. Even the co-host, the chat. Thank you. The Black woman experience, honestly, probably should have had this conversation with more Black women. I ain't even gonna lie. Y'all kept it real. Y'all gave you gave your perspectives and how you see it as Black men. But I think we need another conversation of the Black woman experience with other Black women. That I am open for. I am open to have that conversation. I'm not open to be on social media yelling at a screen to try and teach these young girls what to do right and wrong. That's just not my style. It's not my style. It might be y'all style. It's not my style to do that. But I appreciate those women who are doing that are trying to, you know, push younger women in the right direction. I just feel like, look, you gonna have to you're gonna have to straighten up, and life gonna have to do it to you, because that's usually how it works. Life straightens out women when they don't want to listen to the men in their life, when they don't want to listen to mentors in their life, when they don't want to listen to the past, or when they don't look, life will straighten you out. And sometimes it's a hard beating, and sometimes you got to take that beating and get back up and keep it moving. But I think this Black woman experience conversation has been enlightening. I appreciate everyone's perspective. I thank you guys. And as I close out every show, before I close out, I want to thank Darnell as well as Harrison Davis, who sent Cash Apps. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you for donating to the platform. Thank you. I can get my Wawa coffee. I have stocked up on coffee, so it's going to take me a little bit. Maybe I'll use that for gas. But I did buy some coffee, so I got to get Wawa coffee for a while. But thank you guys. I really
Wawa coffee.
Yeah, Wawa coffee. That's the closest thing. That's the only coffee I'll get. I don't even do Dunkin' Donuts coffee no more. I might do that iced coffee, caramel swirl iced latte, but other than that, that's it. But I try to do it at home. I try to do it at home because I like the way I make my coffee. I like making coffee in the morning and smelling it. It's just a whole, it's just.
Oh yeah. Good job.
Yeah. But thank you guys. I appreciate you. It's late over here on the East Coast. My eyes are getting heavy. But as I close out every show, I'm gonna close this one out the same way I close out everyone. Be real with yourself so you can be real with others. Don't nobody owe the Black woman nothing. And so the way you carry yourself as a Black woman will say a lot. It will tell a lot about who you are. Don't nobody owe you nothing. So carry yourself as a lady, be respectful, be peaceful, be kind, smile. And I think a lot of things will turn out in your favor. Let the anger go. Let the resentment go. Hold your peace. Be quick to listen and slow to speak. These are things that my parents taught me when I was younger. And it's just, it's almost like I can't teach it because I lived in it. And so, I could break out the Bible verses and stuff that I used to have to read. And, if we want to have a group like that, we could do that. But I'm not going out of my way to be making these posts on Instagram and things of that nature. We're coming right over here on this platform, and all who has an ear to hear will hear. If you ain't trying to hear, it ain't for you at this time. And I'm okay with that. I'm not here to save the world, but I am here to make a difference and to put out there what was taught to me, so that someone else may catch it and may, be influenced by it. But I've enjoyed this conversation. The wife school, we're going to have to, we're in a group together. We're going to have to conjure up the women to have this conversation, the Black women experience, and have the men maybe be in the audience and see the
that'd be interesting to listen to.
Yeah.
We're lying to each other.
No, you could clip some of our responses. You could clip some of our responses for the ladies to respond to, react to.
Yeah.
Because there'll be a big, what you call it, echo chamber when it's just all women on the panel. Y'all be blowing smoke up each other. But that's cool. So
no, I just want to get the consensus. I got it from the males, and so we'll see if we can get some women. I'm working on a guest.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
A guest for the show as well. I reached out to them, and hopefully we'll have the chance to work together. So just keep that in your thoughts and prayers. But other than that, like I said, be real with yourself so you can be real with others. Happy Thursday, y'all. We're almost close to Friday. Have a good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.